Alrighty. Let me let Instagram know that I'm live. What's up, everyone joining up the YouTube stream right now and the TikTok stream? How's everybody doing today? Hopefully, everyone is having a fantastic day so far. I'm letting the Instagram know I'm live right now. I'm live on Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok and Parker Get a Job on YouTube. All right. What's good, everyone joining in? Let me make sure I have everything set up here on the YouTube stream. We're gonna get the debates up here in a second. It usually takes around 2 minutes for me to start getting people up here for debates. To start even starting to add people up. But what's up, everyone joining in? What's good? What's up, Courtney? How you doing? What's good, everyone joining in? What's up, Rose? What's up, Feisty? How you doing? What's good, everyone joining in the live right now? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, Atomic? Happy birthday! Happy birthday! I hope you're having a good day so far. Happy birthday. Well, they changed the UI for YouTube a little bit. At least on my end. It looks interesting. It looks pretty cool. I actually kind of like it. Is it just me? Or is it for everyone else? Like, that just happened. Did that just change? What the hell? I swear I didn't see that even earlier. All right, well, what's good, everyone joining in? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? You said you'd be live at 5 p.m. Pacific time, but you didn't go live. The reason why I didn't is because Dean is, he's still live. He's still live. I was going to clip the end of his stream here, essentially, is what I was going to do. We'll be on till around 9:36 or so, and then we're going to get off for today. We're going to do 4 hours for today. What's good, everyone joining in? We're going to get the debates up here in a second. It's about 2 minutes right now, meaning I'm going to start adding people up. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Why does it say paid partnership? It shouldn't. It's probably just a TikTok glitch. It does that on some streams in which that's not applicable. I never clicked on any setting that said that, so. What's good, everyone joining in? Do give it a second. We don't really have any guest requests right now. We are on the third account, or the second account, because we got banned on the main account, so we do just need to give it a second. Once we get the debates going and everything, it should run a lot smoother. But what's up, everyone on YouTube? What's good? What's good? What's good? How's everybody doing? We're going to start getting people up here right now. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Parker, my boy.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hells yes.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Well, at the time I was 17, so I didn't vote for Trump.
If you have the ability to vote and you could go back in time, would you vote for Donald Trump?
100%, man.
Okay, why so?
Because he's a great leader. He's supporting our country real well right now.
Okay. What makes you think he's supporting the country real well?
Brother, you understand he's dropping the price of groceries right now?
Let's go to the next person. I don't feel like that person's being serious. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 20. What's going on, man?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, yes, absolutely, sir.
What's your birth year?
Well, for one, it's April 16th, 2005.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Honestly, I'm going Donald Trump. You know why? You
Why?
know why? Well, a while back, I was watching one of the debates, and honestly, Kamala Harris, she really didn't have anything what?
Kamala.
Oh yeah, Harris, my bad, or Kamala Harris, yeah, whatever her name is. She didn't really have any good. She didn't have any good arguments. I thought Trump had a lot, better arguments. I just think Harris, she didn't have it. She wasn't.
Name a good argument that Trump had.
Well, I don't really want to say it, but that one when he was talking about the dogs, you know what I mean, and it's true. The dogs thing was true. Come on, man, it was true. I was watching a video about it. It was on YouTube, and he went and interviewed people, and they're like, yeah, they're eating dogs and stuff in the communities, and Trump was right.
There's no evidence of this. You sound like you're trolling. Can you be serious for a minute?
No, okay, yeah, okay. So the video I was watching, all right, it was on YouTube.
Don't even act like that's serious, right? There was absolutely no evidence of this being true. It was bullshit, right? It was batshit crazy. Okay, don't act like it's true. Acknowledge that you're trolling right now, or get off my stream.
No, no, no. I swear. I swear, man. I
Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's a pal to you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2004,
What month?
April.
And you said you're how old again?
20.
If it was 2004 April, you'd be 21, bro.
Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's a pal to you?
Parker, let the bars play in.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's a pal to you?
Hello.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's a pal to you? How old are you? Hello? Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
April.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay, why is that?
Just because of like personal beliefs and like I'm a Christian and I think Trump is like the best Republican president ever? No. Honestly, there's a lot of bullshit he says on TV and it's stupid. But whenever it comes to that or allowing a lot of rights that I don't agree with come into our country, I'm going to pick what I agree with.
Okay, so you're saying personal Christian views and then immigration, that seems, right?
I would say more on abortion probably. I honestly am not really educated in the immigration thing, so I don't really want to talk about that.
Okay. Oh, I thought that's what you brought up. But here, let's ask this question. Can you name one Christian ideal, Christian norm outside of the context of his position on abortion that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
This is a little like controversial, but I do like how he's promoting like to just not to like eliminate same-sex marriage and like I think there's some I don't know which states, but I think I saw something that some states are trying to make it like more promoted and he said that let's make it illegal and I agree with that.
Wait, I'm sorry. What do you have wrong with gay marriage?
I just think it's wrong. It's not
Why?
it's not from the foundations of us. God
Wait,
created us.
Why is it wrong to get a marriage if you're gay?
It's not biblical.
Okay, do you think atheists shouldn't be allowed to get married?
Well,
I'm an
what?
atheist. Should my girlfriend and I be allowed to get married?
Yes,
But
that's not what I'm
under,
saying.
It's not under God, though. Isn't marriage only supposed to be under the context of God? So if it's only
No.
under the context of God, how come I should be able to get married as an atheist?
I'm saying that same-sex marriage. So if you were to marry a man, that's wrong.
No. Why is that only applied to particularly gay people when it is the case that when I'm an atheist, it's not applicable in that context? That's not under God. Isn't it specifically a man and a woman under your view under God?
What, can you like explain that simpler?
Isn't marriage supposed to be under God, right?
If you're a Christian, yes. If you believe that, yes. If not, it doesn't have to be, but it's a choice.
Wait, okay, so then why couldn't you say the same thing for people who are gay? Because
being gay does not fall under being a Christian. And there are some people who say they're gay and they're Christian, and that's wrong.
You can be gay and be Christian at the same time. Being gay is a sexual preference, or it's an attraction. Okay, the same thing as being straight.
You
it's
can
not an
say
action,
yes.
right? So if you
Fine,
consider
people
it
can
wrong
say that,
to
but that
engage-
doesn't mean
hold
they're
on,
actually
stop.
Christian. That's
Stop.
not actually how
That's
the
ridiculous.
Bible works.
Wait,
And
do
if
you
you
think
read
that-
it, you would understand.
Wait, do you think Christians are people who don't sin?
No, Christians do sin. Everybody sins. Read the Bible.
Okay, so how come
It
Donald
says it in
Trump?
there.
You think Donald Trump is a Christian?
Honestly, no, because he doesn't. I don't think he lives out those acts. Also, the criminal charges that have been made against
Neither
him.
do
probably
you, right?
not.
That's why you need help from Jesus, right?
Yeah, everybody does.
So then why do you say that specifically about people who are gay?
Because they need Jesus. Everyone needs Jesus.
Well,
That's
then why
like,
do you say that specifically about people who are gay? Because everyone under your view needs Jesus.
right, everybody under my view and plus everybody else. So if you were gay, then I would, and you don't actually believe in Jesus, I would say that you need them. Because honestly, if you are following under like, if you
No,
say
not-
you're gay
not,
or
you're not understanding here. So you're saying specifically that marriage has to be biblical in one sense when we're talking about specifically whether or not gay people are allowed to get married. But in the context of the scenario where we're talking about people who are atheists getting married, it doesn't need to be in a religious or biblical context. So explain to me why one has to be in a biblical and a religious context, but the other one does not.
I just think, I don't know. I mean, in my opinion, and being gay is wrong, just because that's what I
No,
believe and that's what the Bible says.
Which verse in the Bible says that?
Can I look some up? Am I allowed to do that?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll give you time.
Okay. Can you?
And while you're doing that, can you look up Timothy 2:12 and tell me if you agree with that
Sure.
in the Bible?
Look up Timothy 2:12 on the Bible.
Let me know if you agree with that.
Okay. Timothy 2:12.
Heidi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Heidi. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Jesse, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. I actually haven't quite seen them. I'll have to look them up
Okay,
later.
so sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Did you wanna read
just
it out
realized
loud?
you were talking. Sure I can. I know what it means though. I can just explain it. I back then the times were different, and and other denominations, not mine, they do agree that women being over men in like authoritative positions is wrong. I don't think so, just because my parents and my mom is personally like in a position like that. So I would agree with it, or disagree with it, but that's just, I don't know, that's just my take.
Okay, so then I'm confused. So then how come you can interpret the Bible in that way in which you can disagree with what it says in terms of the text, but someone who's gay couldn't do the same thing specifically in terms of gay intercourse?
So I found a verse about what I was talking about. So Genesis 2:24.
Wait, no, hold up. Answer this question. Why specifically can you interpret the Bible to not accept the explicit text written in the Bible? You can have an interpretation to do that in that context, but someone who's gay couldn't do that in the context of intercourse, like gay intercourse.
I mean, everybody can have their own takes on it, but when it comes to like the
And they're
final
just as
thing,
valid as you, so then why do you have to say that it's based in the Bible when you don't use the Bible in every context? You're cherry picking the Bible to see which parts of the Bible agree with you and which parts of the Bible don't agree with you. So if you're doing that, why do you specifically choose to cherry pick to be homophobic towards gay people?
I'm not homophobic.
You are. You
at
just said
all.
that
I
gay people
actually- I love
shouldn't be
gay
allowed to get
people. That
married.
is not. Just
just
because
said
I
that
don't
gay
agree
people
with
shouldn't
somebody
be allowed
doesn't
to
mean I
get
don't
married.
love them.
Wait, no, you just said that they shouldn't be allowed to get married. You understand that there are legal
Yes,
implications
because
to
that
not
is
being able to get
ethically
married?
wrong. That is wrong to me.
It's not ethically wrong, right? Legally, should I be able to engage in premarital sex? That's wrong, right? Under your view. So should
I
that
think
be
it's
illegal?
biblically wrong. Yes.
Yes, it's biblical. So then
No.
should I be?
No,
so,
fine.
So
It
then,
shouldn't be
so should
illegal
it be
because
illegal?
that's. No, it shouldn't be illegal because we should have freedom in our country.
Okay, one, gay marriage is not ethically wrong. Two, it is the case that even if you did consider it quote unquote ethically wrong, that doesn't mean it should be illegal. So what's your argument for why gay marriage should be illegal?
I just think under the circumstances of being a Christian that it is wrong.
Again, wait, you can interpret it otherwise. If you would cherry pick the Bible to say you only accept certain aspects and you don't accept others, why do you have to do it in this context?
I wouldn't say I'm cherry picking the Bible. There are just certain verses that are kind of more prominent to those times back in the day that don't really resonate with now.
Well, this isn't the New Testament.
So the Old and the New Testament weren't far apart from each other.
Wait, okay, so then again, in any aspect of the Bible, say there's a verse that says that it's wrong to engage in gay intercourse. That doesn't mean you would accept that. You could interpret it otherwise, right? In the same way that you did that specifically in the verse here with Timothy 2:12, you would specifically just interpret it otherwise. So why are you using this to say that gay marriage should be illegal when there's literally no biblical basis to indicate that, one, it should be illegal, and two, right, even if you do consider it quote unquote wrong, which it's fucking not, right, it shouldn't be illegal. It's
Okay,
ridiculous.
again, I'm not saying it should be illegal, because at the end of the day,
That's
when
exactly
it comes
what
to
you
the
just
freedom
said.
of our country, no, I'm saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it should be illegal. I think
you
it's
did
wrong.
just say
If
it
you're going to
should
be
be
a Christian,
illegal.
you can't be gay.
Yes, you can. I'm sorry, that's
Also,
ridiculous
being
for you to
gay
say.
is
Wait,
honestly a
so
mental
then you can't be
disorder.
a Christian and you can't engage in adultery. So Donald Trump, he's cheated on every single one of his wives, not a Christian. Have you ever sinned in your life?
Again, what I said in the beginning,
have you
I'm
ever
not
sinned?
a-
Have you ever sinned in your life?
Yes.
Okay, so then you can't be a Christian. That's what you just said.
That's
so no
not
one's
true.
a Christian under you
Christians
but
sin
Jesus.
all the time. Have you read the Bible? Dude, literally. Oh, what?
Oh, she got a violation. Later. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Thank you, everyone, from joining in from Dean's stream. What's good, everyone joining in? How's everybody doing today? Emily with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Emily in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Emily. I really appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Emily. W's for Emily in the comment section right now. Is this Evil Dean? Is this Evil Dean?
Darky's canon. Darky's canon. Darky's.
No, it's not. Okay. A different troll. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Victor, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much, Victor. W, Victor. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates.
It's
Yo, what's up,
Jessica
Howdy?
the baby.
No. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. By the way, everyone, that was a troll. That's been on the live like every day. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
What is support like? What does that mean? to
Yeah, I got you.
support?
Like, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I probably would still vote for Donald Trump. Yeah.
Okay. And why is that?
I am a capitalist, and I believe in business and American ideals, and I feel overall, while I don't, do politics or study current events or debate for a living, I feel that generally speaking, the overall policy is more pro-business, pro-America, and pro kind of meritocracy. You get back what you contribute to the economy. So that's, I guess, why. But I do see a lot of things that I think are reprehensible.
Is it pro meritocracy to advocate to undermine the election results of 2020 when you actually lost? Is that pro meritocracy?
Well, I don't know that it's going to be productive if you try to take like isolated incidents, like whatever that is, and pigeonhole it into an entire regime's policymaking that's made up of many cabinet members and many laws, many bills, etc. So
Then
if
tell
you're
me
going
the
to just
specifics that get
kind
you
of
to
pick out
overlook that.
examples and
So-
hold up those examples and say,
Hold
oh,
up.
is that pro meritocracy? I don't think that you can take. I don't think the exception defines the rule. I don't believe in broad generalizations. I don't
Well, then
believe
give
in
me
guilt by
examples.
association.
Hold up. Give me examples specifically of him engaging in meritocracy or advocating for meritocracy, because I just gave you an example of him being anti-meritocratic.
Sure. Yeah. So I believe that if you create jobs, he's promoted the qualified business income. I believe that's what it is. QBI. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah. So
QBI?
there's a few things here.
what's
few things.
QBI?
You said that he's
What's QBI?
you
Do
said qualified
QBI?
business income. So can I
Yeah.
please?
Do you know what it is?
Yeah. Can I please make a response real quick?
Sure. Yeah. But what is it? Do you know it?
Can I give a response real quick before you ask like a
Yeah.
million questions?
Yeah. I asked one question, not a million. One.
No, you asked a few there. You asked me if I know what it was, and then you asked me again if I know what it is, and then you asked me again if I know what it is.
Okay,
Isn't that the
sure.
same question
Go ahead.
over and over again? Do you want
Yeah.
me to give you a response, or do you want to keep just saying the same thing? Okay. So you said that he created jobs, right? Can you give me any good reason to believe that he created jobs?
No,
Because under his
I
economy
created
so far,
jobs.
we've seen. Stop interrupting, please. Under his economy so far, we've seen unemployment increase. We've seen the jobs reports actually become so bad that he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, claiming that it was politically biased information. And then he put someone else into the office of the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and they indicated even less jobs for the next month after, right? So what I've seen is that he's actually had a trend down in jobs under his administration. So how could you say that he's created jobs so far?
I mean, I think the economy is doing pretty well, man. I mean, I don't know. You look at, businesses are making more than they've ever made. Wages seem to be going up overall. I don't know. You'd probably know the statistics better than I. Are wages decreasing?
Wages have gone up at a lower rate than what they would have if it was the case that Trump never imposed the tariff. Secondly, you said the economy was doing pretty well. We've seen. Let me please finish. I just let you finish. I just let you finish.
I'll speak for a second. Do you have a crystal ball? How can you say something would have been true that never happened?
Oh, sorry. We know what the impact is of tariffs, and we can see the impact on tariffs, particularly in the context of the market. And I was giving explicit examples, but you decided to cut me off. Yeah. So would you like me to continue?
I guess.
Okay, so we've seen unemployment increase since Trump got in office. Again, we saw the jobs report decline, right? Since Trump got in office, we know the impact of tariffs because we've seen real manufacturing investment in the country domestically decline since Trump got in office as well. All of these specifically are because of the implementation of tariffs, and I'll explain why. Tariffs specifically have imposed greater costs and bring products and materials relying on that domestic manufacturers rely on to produce goods in the United States into the country, causing the cost of production to become more expensive, therefore disincentivizing manufacturing investment in the context of the United States, while all simultaneously putting upward pressure on prices for consumer products, disproportionately raising prices for low and middle income individuals that spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Okay. I guess, is there a question there? Or we were talking about meritocracy and you've segued into this. You've segued into tariffs.
You said that he created jobs. I gave you an example of him actually reducing the amount of jobs in our economy because he disincentivized manufacturing investment in the country. Push the fireworks.
Okay. So I personally believe that businesses are what create jobs. It's not Donald Trump who creates jobs.
This also harms businesses.
Would you agree?
This also harms businesses. And no, demand actually is what creates jobs, and then businesses will fulfill the.
You've talked for about 80% of the time.
Okay,
so
you asked me a question.
Would you agree that some of the policies that Donald Trump and his regime have put into place have brought jobs to America and investment into America?
So some things specifically could bring jobs, but it net loses jobs. Right. So do you understand that it is the case? Like, for example, right, if you invest in, like, say, a tax credit for a specific company, that could bring that company to the United States. But that doesn't mean that overall the policy net has brought jobs to this country. Net, we've seen a loss in jobs because of the implementation of tariffs and because of the implementation of policies that specifically the Trump administration put in place that if Harris administration were in office, they would not have put in place, and we would have had more jobs otherwise. That's the point that I'm making.
Yeah. Well, I believe that the infrastructure of America is extremely important in the kind of digital age that we're in. Would you agree with that? Do you agree that America needs to have a competitive advantage when it comes to some of the technology relating to, in particular, artificial intelligence?
I don't think infrastructure is just AI, and I do think that there's the AI policy. I don't think that the AI policy is going to be better on behalf of the Republicans compared to the Democrats. And if you want to look at infrastructure as a whole, can you name one policy outside of the context of AI relating to infrastructure that the Republicans invested in? Where's the cops?
I'm looking at what businesses are investing in, and honestly, I don't know why this becomes such a Democrat-Republican thing for you. What are Republicans investing in?
Why is politics a Democrat and Republican thing? I'm sorry. Do you know what reality operates?
How many trillions of dollars of investment was committed to the United States economy for building out our infrastructure for AI, data centers, and the jobs that those will create?
You tell me. How much
know?
under the? I don't know how much.
You don't know? It's got to be at least like $1.5 trillion.
Can you give me a source?
Well, it's NVIDIA, it's Oracle, it's Apple.
Wait. No, I'm saying stuff that was caused not privately but publicly. Because if we're talking about public involvement, hold up, let me clarify. If we're talking about public involvement, right, then you are going to clarify what the public did, not the private. The private would have happened regardless, right?
No, it wouldn't have because.
Okay, well then, what did they do to incentivize the private increase?
Tariffs, because there are economic
tariffs would not cause AI to increase to that degree. That's ridiculous.
would you agree that tariffs and import taxes would disincentivize companies to produce products outside of America?
But it also disincentivizes them to produce products in the United States because materials are more expensive in the United States. Because everything
why
that you
have they
specifically are
moved-
getting as an
why-
aspect of your production process
Okay.
is coming from countries around the world. We do not produce everything in the United States. Therefore, every single thing that you're going to
I
be
agree.
bringing to
We
the
don't
country
produce
as an
everything in the
aspect of your
United
production
States.
process is now more expensive because of the implementation of tariffs. So what you've done is you fucking destroyed absolutely like almost every supply chain in the United States, right? Because it is the case that you decided to impose extraordinarily high tariffs on countries all around the world, including our allies.
I decided that.
Well,
I
yeah,
decided
yeah,
on.
I'm
tariffs.
talking about
I
what you agree
decided
with.
on it. Parker, like I said, I don't debate for a living and I don't study current events for a living. I'm in business, and I believe that businesses create jobs. It's you know
Can I tell
you
you why that's
cannot
not
deny.
true?
Excuse me.
Can I tell you why that's
Okay,
not true?
Sure, please.
For sure, yeah. The reason why businesses do not create jobs is because they fulfill whatever is going to be profitable within the market. What creates jobs is the demand within the economy, right, for a particular service, right? And then businesses will fulfill that service because it's profitable to do so. So the businesses will always, there's always a
Exactly.
replaceable aspect for
Exactly.
businesses.
That's right.
But from
I
the
agree.
consumer basis, right, it is the case that that's what incentivizes the
Exactly.
main aspect of jobs.
That's right. That's right. Businesses have to be profitable. There need to be financial incentives. And that is exactly why companies like NVIDIA, companies like Apple have moved, and many car manufacturers have moved manufacturing into the United States because they would be less profitable operating outside of the United States. And again, I guess we can just agree to disagree, but I'm pro business. I think, you're running a business right now, right? You're drawing profit from this podcast right now. You're separating your viewers from their cash voluntarily, right? And that's a good thing, right? Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be doing this. You'd probably be working at McDonald's or doing something else.
I did
Whatever,
this
I don't know
before I
what
made
your
any
skill set
money
is.
on this. But would I
What's
be
that?
able to do this to the same degree? Obviously not, because I have to do things to survive, right? But I did this before I made any money on this. I've been doing
And I
this since
appreciate that.
2020.
And I also was in business before I was making any money and that's again what it goes back to, meritocracy, right? Wouldn't you
Yeah,
agree
if
that
you think me being in business was
you're-
me making random
Parker,
political
Parker,
videos with
you
fucking
keep
music
telling
in the
me-
background on TikTok, then you need to get a grip. And talking to people
You
on the
keep-
fucking internet, come on.
You keep telling me, man, to stop interrupting.
Well,
but,
what you
we
said
go
was
back to the
ridiculous.
point-
You thought I only went into this specifically just because I wanted to make money or something like that. No, you have to look at this because
no,
it's the
no,
case
no.
that I also have other types of incentives, particularly for engaging this,
Parker,
like outside of
Parker.
that, that are based upon things that I care about.
You just said that businesses are operating to fulfill demand in order to make a profit. That is the most capitalistic, business-oriented statement that anyone could say, and it's the truth.
Yeah,
and
I'm
so,
saying I can make a
yeah.
typical statement, but that doesn't mean every business is operating that because it is the case that in typical corporations act that way within our society, and that's an explanation for why corporations act a certain way. Does not mean that when I operate a business, I run it the same way.
Well, I understand, and that's the beauty of free will in America is that as long as you're operating within the boundaries of the law and ethics, generally speaking, and again, I think I'd agree with you that Donald Trump has exhibited behaviors that do not do that, and many other business executives have as well. But many of them have been prosecuted, many of them have been thrown in prison, and so. But I believe in meritocracy. I believe that and that's why you initially had asked me at the beginning of this conversation, would I vote for Kamala Harris or would I vote for Donald Trump? And again, I'd like to reiterate that I think that generally speaking, the message and the policies that are put into place are more pro-business, more pro-America, and more pro-meritocracy. And by the way, I was just listening to Dean, who's talking about, I think taxes just went up. I don't know. I don't know if you want to, you probably know more than me, but I just saw, even though the government shut down, that the IRS released the new tax brackets. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't seen the new tax brackets. I'd have to take a
Yeah,
look
and
at that.
taxes
If
went
it is
up,
the case
you
that
know,
there's,
and- Cool.
yeah, if it is the case that would be, I'd have to take a look at that real quick. If there's
Yeah,
some
they
new
went up,
numbers that I haven't seen yet.
and I don't believe that the government manages money well. Would we agree on that? Like, would you agree that the government does not manage
Can
money
I
well?
address any of your prior claims before you make a bunch of new claims? Because I'm
Yeah,
inevitably going to be chasing like a million claims.
100%, man.
That's fine. Yeah. So again, in terms of pro-business, let's go back to that, right? Could you name specific policies that you think are pro-business right? Because I think that reducing the size of the GDP is not pro-business. I think that increasing the unemployment rate is not pro-business. I think that the jobs report being even lower than what it is not pro-business. I think that you could say, not having a broad and defined consumer markets pro-business, having tariffs implemented to the degree that they are not pro-business.
Yeah, I know. In fact, I know many. I met with one of my logistics representatives who deals with a lot of businesses that were like totally screwed by the tariffs, and like that totally sucks, man. That sucks. If you were getting product from India, or I don't know what the tariffs are from each country, but if you were getting supplies or part of your supply chain were coming from some of these countries, you would obviously need to pivot in order to survive. And some companies won't survive. But again, I think that the net impact in terms of large businesses, I think that they are pro-American policy, and I think that they are pro-job creation. It does nothing for the American job economy. While it may create lower consumer costs overall, it does nothing for our labor economy to have somebody spinning up pharmaceuticals in India, right? Or building cars somewhere and shipping them across the sea. I think that it's really
What kind of car do you
important.
drive?
I drive a Mercedes.
Yeah. Where are Mercedes made?
I don't know. I don't care. Why does that matter?
So you literally got your car from a different country, and yet you're trying to say everyone else should not be getting their cars from other countries?
Well, no, I wasn't saying that at all. I was saying that broadly, car manufacturing coming to the United States is positive for our economy. I wasn't saying that I'm not going to buy a car for that particular reason.
So you don't want them. So okay, so you want them all manufactured in the United States? Okay, sure. There could be some.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't say I want them all manufactured in the United States. In fact, I'm generally against artificial manipulation of free markets.
Okay, tariffs. You mean?
I'm generally against that.
So think about it this way: Trump is just replacing income tax with tariffs. Income tax is progressive. Tariffs are regressive because they spend people who are lower income spend a greater proportion of their income on
What's the
consumer
inflation
goods.
rate, Parker? Has inflation gone up? Is the
Yes.
Fed cutting rates?
The Fed is cutting rates, risking even higher inflation because it is the case that the jobs report was so bad. So that's actually an issue because it could lead to
What's the
stagflation.
unemployment rate?
It's 4.3%.
And that's healthy, isn't it?
It's trending up. No, it's not.
that-
It's not healthy
It's
for it
not-
to be trending up
4.3 is not
continually.
healthy? 4.3% is not healthy.
No, not when it's trending up.
Okay.
That's not what
Well,
you're
I don't know
understanding.
what rate
Is it
it's trending
healthy
up.
for the unemployment to
to
be
see.
trending up? Weren't Trump supporters touting a record low unemployment, right? 50-year unemployment rate?
I mean, I don't know. Again, the first thing I asked you is what it means to support somebody, but there is a healthy unemployment rate, and I believe that it's under 6%. I don't know. Maybe the audience could.
So you think 6% is a healthy unemployment rate?
Well, no, I mean, it's an economic maxim. I mean, there's like healthy unemployment. There's unhealthy employment
Well,
rates.
that's
that
a
aren't
subjective notion, right? So if the
Well, there's
economy has been
transitory
trending
unemployment, and so-
around like lower than this, and it would be lower than this otherwise, we would not want 4.3%
I don't know,
unemployment.
man.
We would
You know what
want
I think?
lower than that.
Can I share with you what I think, Parker? I think that generally the American economy is doing very well right now, and I think that people
what
who apply
metric?
themselves and work hard. I don't know.
No, tell me one metric
around.
that the economy is doing well right now.
The unemployment rate's low, wages are rising,
Unemployment rates
inflation is
increase, wages
healthy.
have gone up at a lower rate than what they were prior.
Okay, well, look, man, unemployment's healthy. If you think 4.3% is not healthy, then we
You
disagree.
think trending
but-
up unemployment is good? You think such horrible jobs reports that the president thinks that it's false information is a good idea? You think that's
Does your
great?
viewership? I don't know, man. I guess I don't think in binaries like that. Like, oh, trending up means bad, trending down means good. What do you mean by what
I'm
percent?
sorry. I'm sorry.
We're
I'm
not
sorry.
getting into
Yeah,
the
I already
detail.
told you. Yeah, 4 to 4.3% continually trending up, right, is obviously not good for the economy. When we talk about points trending up, that's not good, right? When we've seen historically these points trend down under prior administrations, the only reasons they would have trended up is because of the fact that there was higher interest rates, and then actually that's mainly because of the fact that there'd be an upward pressure on prices, which is being extended by Donald Trump. So actually, the reason why specifically there is bad conditions in the labor market is because we don't have the ability to bring down interest rates as much as what we should have been able to if it was the case that we didn't have upward pressure on prices due to tariffs.
I don't know, man. What do you think the unemployment rate would be if Kamala Harris was in office?
I think it would
How
be
do you
lower.
how do you think the actual like business landscape would be different? Do you think that the
think it'd be
largest
better.
companies and the biggest job providers would be, committing trillions of dollars of capital into the United States instead of into other countries?
I think that there would be a greater incentive to invest in America, right, under a Kamala Harris administration.
Really? You really
Yes.
believe that? What
Yeah, I
makes
truly
you
do.
believe that? Really?
The reason why I believe that is because we wouldn't have boycotts on American products across the entire world amongst our specific allies, right? We wouldn't have such declining confidence in our world leaders around the entire world, in which decreases the likelihood of us having trade deals, engaging with the international world, right? Engaging in the Paris Climate Accords, right? Engaging in different types of climate affairs specifically that would address things on a global stage that would involve in trade programs, right? And trade deals, right? So obviously we would have a greater ability to actually address the entire world and to engage with the rest of the world if we didn't have Donald Trump in
Yeah.
a position of power.
I guess so, man. I guess your focus is on the entire world and my focus is on America and the homeland.
Yeah,
It
so
sounds like.
you say that, but can you name a single specific policy that would be beneficial to America as a whole? All you brought up specifically was pro-business. You understand Donald Trump's economic policy? His big, beautiful bill adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. It cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month, right? 2.5 million people on average every single month off of their food stamps, over 10 million people off their health insurance. You think that's better for the economy? You think that's better for our system? You think people in the working class and general America are better off because of that?
So I guess your question, do I think that the American lower class is better off, but when welfare systems are cut?
Yeah, do you think starving children are better off starving rather than
Well, of
having
course-
food
of
in their
course.
stomach?
Of course, I don't think that. No.
Well, so I think that overwhelmingly those children are significantly worse off, right? Because
Where
you
are
wanted to
they,
do
man?
a little
Where
bit
are
of a
they? I don't
benefit to the
see- I don't
richest
see
and
that.
wealthiest Americans.
I don't see that. I guess where are you seeing that? I don't see that.
The
What I see
Congressional
is
Budget
political
Office.
violence. That's what I see, Parker. I see political division, and I think
Because
that's
of
the
Trump?
primary driver of unrest.
Because of Trump?
I think. Well, I mean, it takes two to tango.
Trump pardoned a violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th, and he called them patriots, right? We can also point to the fact that domestic terrorism is significantly higher on the right comparative to the left, right? If you want to look at like overall violence in this country, right? And we can keep going. All of these points you just made are worse off on your side.
Do you think that it happens on both sides?
Yes, but it happens at a significantly higher rate on behalf of the right.
Have you seen recently that political violence has substantially spiked on the left side?
Have you seen that it's still significantly less than what exists on the right?
Not currently.
Yes, it is.
Maybe
You want to bet?
historically, yes, but not
No,
currently.
right now, even right now.
Let's look. What's your source?
Yeah, the FBI.
Okay, can you reference it?
I just told you. Look up FBI, right? Domestic terrorism, left versus right, political division, right? And also, we can point to the fact that, while you look that up, the fact that Donald Trump has
I'm not going
made
to,
political
but
division significantly worse in this country. Donald Trump, right, constantly
I'd agree.
right,
I would
causes
agree with
division in
that.
this country.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So
I would
you
agree
just
with
said you just brought up things that specifically Donald Trump is worse on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that he's worse on a lot of things, man. I'm not like an ideologue.
So you voted for more division. You voted for this country to be worse off. You voted against America. You voted against our Constitution. You voted against our democracy. You voted against our rule of law. You voted against our court system. You voted against, right, the fundamental values of America. You said that you cared about America's ideals, but you literally voted against all of them.
I guess that's your perception, man. It seems
No, I
like
guess that's
you
the
see
reality. I'll give you
black and-
explicit examples. Do you
Well,
want to
no, I
address
mean,
any
it
of the
seems,
points?
do you find that it's healthy to think in binaries?
When we address reality, there are claims that are true and there are claims that are false. And I have to acknowledge the claims that are false. When you say that I'm just looking in the context of a binary, what you mean is I'm acknowledging that you're wrong. Okay? You can be wrong.
I don't believe that the government is a good manager of money and good at allocating that. I think that creating and stimulating a stronger economy through jobs is of the utmost importance. And I also believe in meritocracy. I don't believe in these things that the left purport, like a wealth tax and all of these things. Like you said, that's the primary driver of innovation. Whether you like it or not, Parker, whether you're in denial or not, and I'd frankly wager that a lot of the time when you're sitting there, it's probably a primary driver of why you get on here. whether you disagree or agree. You can sit there and talk about how it's, oh no, I just, want to spread this wisdom or whatever, even though I think that you're increasing the division in this country with your binary thinking and your character attacks. But I would imagine that you hop
Wait,
on
what
here
character
to thank people
attack?
for their $50 Venmos.
What character?
You just
attack?
said that. Yeah, you just attacked my character, saying basically that I voted for starving children and all of these other horrible things.
Well, I'm sorry. How is it increasing
very
division for me to acknowledge? Wait. How is it increasing division for me to acknowledge the reality that the guy you voted for cut children off of free school lunch and breakfast to the degree of 420,000 children every single month on average? How is me acknowledging reality increasing division? I'm sorry, do you want me to deny reality? Do you want me to be delusional so it makes you feel better? I'm sorry, the facts don't give a shit about your feelings. And I'm going to acknowledge the facts that Donald Trump has cut children off of their free school lunch and breakfast. And we can't unify if we don't believe in facts, if we don't believe in evidence, if we don't believe in reality. You can't say that you want us to unify while simultaneously saying that we can just believe in whatever the hell we want without any evidence, without any reality, without any basis in truth. Are you kidding me? The only way that we can come together as a country is if we unify through the context of facts, evidence, reason-based critical thinking, right? And that'll actually bring us closer to a better society. Okay? So stop acting like I'm the one increasing division when I'm specifically coming on here every single day advocating against the lies, hate, and division that Donald Trump and the Trump administration overall literally enacts towards America, against our Constitution, against our democratic values, against people living humanely on the streets, working for a better life.
I hear you, man. I hear you. But and talking fast and being passionate, I applaud those things. But I just, I don't think that I think that you probably couldn't say anything nice about Donald Trump. You couldn't applaud anything that he's done well or anything his administration has done well. And I just think that that's black and white thinking. And I think that it's ridiculous. And I think that I think that that's not based in reality. I think that that's based on emotion, and it's not based on reality at all.
So you didn't ask me. You didn't ask me. You actually didn't ask me. You assumed that. No. What you just did is you assumed. You said that you assumed that I couldn't applaud anything specifically. I've pointed towards the Operation Warp Speed. I've pointed towards the AI deepfake specifically thing that they passed the beginning of their administration. I've pointed towards the no tax on tips deduction and overtime deduction and Social Security deduction that overall still doesn't mean the bill is good, but those aspects of the bill I agree with. I can acknowledge and applaud the things that I agree with while simultaneously saying that there's so little to applaud and actually that I agree with that it's so detrimental to this country. Yeah. Can you name a single policy that the Biden-Harris administration passed that you like?
Well, let me respond to what you just said.
Answer this question first. Answer the question first.
I want to respond to what you just said because
I promise I will let you as soon as you answer the question. I will let you. I just want you to answer this question. Name a single policy the Biden-Harris administration passed that you agree with.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, so you can't applaud anything that the Biden-Harris administration does. You can't applaud anything the Harris administration does. You don't even know anything that they were running on. And yet you're specifically saying that I can't do so, and that's a reason why I'm in the wrong, while simultaneously you couldn't do so yourself? How ironic is that?
I can say that I believe that there was not as aggressive rhetoric from the other administration, and I appreciated that.
Aggressive? Who do you think was engaging in more aggressive rhetoric? That you think Harris?
Trump. No.
No, you think Trump was engaging in less aggressive rhetoric? Are you fucking kidding me?
I just said he was engaging in more aggressive.
More
rhetoric.
aggressive. Okay, I apologize.
Yeah.
So Trump was engaging in more aggressive rhetoric.
Because when you went on your diatribe recently about how I voted for when you went on your diatribe about how I voted for starving children and American suffering and all of this stuff.
Yes.
You can't see the idea that half of the country voted for the things that you applauded and more, because we see a little bit differently. And that doesn't mean that everything that Donald Trump and his administration, again, like I said, I've got a job. It's not the same as your job. It's not to study current events. It's not to study policy. I focus on earnings in businesses. Earnings in businesses are strong. Companies are making more money than they ever have before. I'm very, pretty libertarian, I'd say, generally speaking. I am concerned that a universal income is something that may need to be necessary in the future as productivity increases, and it doesn't require as much human knowledge and human capital. That is a concern for me. But I do believe that tariffs and a lot of the restrictions that Donald Trump's administration has put on big companies for outsourcing and offshoring work to all of these other countries, feeding their economies and prioritizing their economies, I believe that that's pro-American and that guards our future. in this technology age. But you say, I voted for this, I voted for this, I voted for starving children. You can't say, hey, I understand we disagree. That's okay. I think that you've got good faith. I think you've got good intentions. And I think that's what bothers me about people like you in these types of debates, is that you can't acknowledge that other people have good intentions. You believe that they just don't have good intentions. They want to vote for starving children and all this, instead of saying, no, he voted for this administration because he believes that they're going to be more likely than the other administration to safeguard American values, American jobs, and the future of the American infrastructure and technology.
If I was assuming bad intentions, I wouldn't think that telling you or giving you this example of showing you that the policies you support lead to these bad outcomes, I don't think that you would specifically, I wouldn't bring it up if I didn't think it was going to convince you, right? I brought that up because I think it would be convincing, right? You don't support, listen, let me finish.
Yeah,
you don't support, be quiet. You don't support, right, specifically starving children. You don't want that. You think that's bad policy. And because I would hope that you would believe that, I'd bring that up as an example to say that you shouldn't support Donald Trump because of that.
I don't believe
and you
that that's
did when you
happening.
voted for Donald Trump.
I think you're saying that.
Hey,
but
man,
where
you're
are
not
the
letting me
starving
finish.
children?
You're consistently cutting me off every single time.
Where are they, Parker? Where are the starving children? Why don't you talk about the guy who got shot in the head with a pepper ball by ICE? I don't agree. I mean, I didn't see the beginning of the video.
That's true.
But that seems fucked up.
That's
but again,
true.
do you
We can
believe
talk about that
makes
as well,
ICE
but we
bad?
can't even get to that point until we fucking address this. Until we can address the CBO, literally a bipartisan committee indicating that starving children are a result of the literal bipartisan or big beautiful bill, right? We have to acknowledge that, and we can also acknowledge other harms of the Trump administration. But if you won't even acknowledge a bipartisan source, an economic-based source that indicates that 420,000 children on average every single month will be cut off of free school lunch and breakfast, how the hell is any other sort of scenario going to be convincing to you at all? How are you going to have empathy for any of the other scenarios? If you don't have empathy for starving children in schools, how are you going to have empathy for anyone else?
Look, man, I don't see children starving, but you could point that to me. I'm sure the
The
left-wing
CBO,
media
the
would
CBO
go,
report
"Oh,
indicates that. I'm
I'm
sorry
sure-
that you don't want to
okay.
acknowledge the facts and the reality.
man,
I'm sorry that
bring
it
it
hurts
up,
your
man. Bring
feelings,
it up. Where
but you
are
have
they?
to do it in order for us
Where
to,
are
for
they,
us to help
Parker?
people.
Where
Look
are
at the
they? I don't
CBO
care- I don't
report.
care what the CBO says. I don't.
That's the Congressional Budget
frankly,
Office. You don't care about
think
the
that I
CBO?
trust- I think that I trust the government a little bit less than you, and that includes Donald Trump and his entire regime.
It's a bipartisan
that,
committee from the federal government.
Yeah, the federal government, man. Show me the starving children. Where are they?
Dude, I just told you the bipartisan committee from the federal government indicates this. You want me to put,
No, but
go
show me,
on the
Parker,
street and like
'cause
show
they'd
you
be
starving
everywhere.
children or something? Like what the fuck?
It would be everywhere, man.
What are you
It
talking
would be
about?
everywhere. MSNBC would be covering it. CNN be covering it. They'd
They
be
should
fucking
be
talking
covering
to
it,
starving
but it is
children.
true.
Where are they?
And they have
I saw
covered it in the
starving,
past.
Look, I saw the starving children in Gaza. I don't see the starving children in America, Parker.
Well, I'm sorry. There are starving children in America as well. You have to acknowledge this. Again, stop just saying this as like, oh, I can't believe that they're starving children. This is fucking so unbelievable. I'm giving you a bipartisan report from the fucking government that indicates that there are starving children because of this, because children won't have food in school systems.
Well, if that's the case,
Right,
then
be
I
quiet.
disagree
Hold up.
with it.
Listen. Think about it this way. Did you know kids, when you were growing up, that relied on free school lunch and breakfast? Kitty, think of the
Yeah,
galaxy.
of course. Yeah,
You did?
I was one of them.
Would they have food if it wasn't the case that they cut off the program? Would they be starving to a greater extent if they got cut off the program? Yes.
I don't believe. Probably not, because there are other social structures.
You're
in
such a
place.
disingenuous prick, dude. It's unbelievable. Fuck off, dude. Literally, if you think that children would, I'm sorry, no, fuck off. You just said that children wouldn't be starving to a greater extent if they weren't cut off of free school lunch and breakfast. How fucking sick is that? That's so fucking sick for you to argue for that. That's fucking disgusting, dude. You gotta literally think about this. Children rely on free school lunch and breakfast, okay? If they do not get it, that means that they won't have food at school. That means they at school will be fucking hungry.
I appreciate no, but he did mute me though. Well, I appreciate your passion, and I don't believe in starving children. Whether you believe that I do or I don't believe in starving children. So if that's true, and again, I think that your career obviously is spending time studying these policies and whatnot. But I've not seen that, and I wouldn't agree with that if that's true. And I do believe that there are social safety nets in place beyond free school lunch that provide economically
Can
impoverished
you acknowledge
people.
what I said? Hold, like I'm asking you. I'm
enough
asking
to
you.
eat.
I'll ask you the question specifically because apparently you can't address the questions. You have to keep repeating the same talking points over and over again that you've already stated on the live. Would children who do not have food or who get food through free school lunch and breakfast, would they have less food if they didn't get it?
Yes.
Okay, meaning more children would be starving at school, correct?
I guess
Yes.
if your argument,
Yes.
sure, okay, yeah, sure,
Yes.
sure. I guess
Meaning,
if
yes,
the
more
primary
children
source-
would be
if the
starving at school
primary
because
source-
they wouldn't get it for free, meaning
if
they
the-
couldn't afford
if
it.
the primary source of a child's nutrition is free school lunch and free school lunch is taken from them, then I'd agree with you that they would eat less. Yes.
So yes, if it is the case that they do not get free school lunch and breakfast, they have less access to food, meaning they are going to eat less in the context of the school system, meaning they're going to be hungry to a greater extent. And this is 420,000 children on average every single month.
Okay, well, I wouldn't agree with that. Yeah, I wouldn't
Yes,
agree with that.
And that's why I brought it up. I don't think that you agree with that. And that's why I brought it up, because I think it's going to be convincing to you to say, you know, maybe even if I did consider Trump's policies to be pro-business, maybe then, even if that was the case, I still wouldn't support that because so many children would be negatively impacted. So many people would lose their access to health insurance.
What
So
I'll do
many
is
people
look
in our
into it.
economy would have higher taxes.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll look into it because again, like one of the things I said at the beginning of this is like pigeonholing into specific issues that you spend a lot of time studying and that I'm working and you know, like have a job, so I'm not studying this all day. And
You
so
think
I
I don't have a job?
I think this is your job.
Yeah, I understand. And every single time, you can't acknowledge that I have made a point that you now have to do more research on. You just simply
yeah,
say,
I'll do
"Oh,
more
you've
research.
done a
I'll
lot
do
more
more
research on this." Would you say this to like
For
someone
sure.
who has educated in any other field? Would you like when your teachers, when you were in school, when you were a kid? Did you say this to them? Did you say, "Of course you know more about this subject than me because it is the case that it's your job"? Wouldn't you listen to them? Wouldn't you try to learn from them?
Well, again, I think like your assertion that you know everything is kind of
I
ridiculous.
never said that I
'cause,
know
you
everything. When did I say that?
Well, yeah. Well, we had talked again about the beginning of this, which is why I had said I had voted for Trump, which is because I believe that his policies and his
Wait, when did,
administration
no, answer that
policies-
question. When did I say I know everything? That's disingenuous for you to say that I said that when I never said that.
Okay. Do you know how many dynamics there are and how many specific details there are to tariffs and the history of tariffs? Do you understand that there are people who spend decades studying tariffs and geopolitical trade, and they're the experts and they're not you? And so your idea that you think you know is fucking ridiculous.
I never said I know everything, but one, I have a degree in economics.
but
Two,
you're
I'm taking
tone
from
suggestive.
Wait, listen. One, I have a degree in economics. Two, I'm taking from economics professionals and from the experts that indicate the exact same thing that I'm saying. Okay.
Then where is the economic downfall? How is tariffs tied
I've already told
to
you.
the
I've
school lunch
described it to you.
program? Well, how are you connecting the tariffs to the school lunch program?
I'm saying this is detrimental to Americans. That's what we were arguing two different arguments. One was that Donald Trump is pro-America, and the other one was that Donald Trump is pro-business. And the pro-business one relates to how the economy is functioning, and the pro-America one can relate
Which
to
is
how the economies
strong.
function, but it can also relate to how we treat our children.
I can understand that. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather focus on the economy because I'm not familiar with the policies that you're talking about or whatever this cutting off of school lunches is. I'll look at it. I'll look more into it. But I do believe that it's like very apparent. I mean, look at the economy.
Now let me stop here. Let me
You
stop
might
here.
say
Let me
unemployment's
stop you here
trending
before you
up.
go
That's
into
a
more.
very-
I want
that's
to stop here real quick because I want you to acknowledge
Yeah.
that you were being disingenuous earlier and you did not have good intentions
sure.
there. Listen, you said
How was I
that
being
I believe
disingenuous?
I think I know everything, and nowhere did I ever make that claim. Nowhere did I ever say that. You said that as kind of a fuck you. I don't want to address what you had to say there, right? I'm just going to make up another bullshit claim so that you have to
Sure.
address that instead of addressing all the other bullshit claims that you made.
Well, I think when you point to somebody who opposes your political view and basically attack their character and say you voted for starving children and this and this and that, I think that you're basically implying that you're a know-it-all. Because if you
How?
weren't a know-it-all, you
I
would
made it.
understand
I debated
that there
you.
may be
Wait.
other
Wait.
reasons that
You just
don't
literally
know.
described that I debated you. I provided arguments, and because I debated you and provided arguments, I thought I knew everything. So you're debating me, and you're providing arguments on my live stream. So does that mean you think you know everything?
No, but again, my argument is that
Do you
I
realize
believe
how
that
ridiculous you sound right now?
I believe that the economy is better in America than it's ever been, and that's
That's
apparent.
ridiculous to say.
How?
because real GDP growth is lower than what it has been in the past. We've seen unemployment increase. We've seen inflation increase since the implementation of tariffs in April from 2.3 to 2.9% on a trend up continually. The jobs report was so bad that we literally had to risk heightened inflation while trending up inflation was occurring in order to ensure that we didn't go into stagflation, because there we would have reductions in GDP growth to an even greater extent because of the reducing jobs numbers.
Yeah. Well, look, man, I think 4.3% or whatever you said is healthy. I think that a jump from 4.3% to 4.6% is not something to say, oh my God, the unemployment rate's going up. And frankly, I expected the tariffs to have a more negative impact. When the tariffs were initially announced, I was against them. You know, I was like, why are they doing that? And then you look at look at what's happened. Nothing that was purported to have happened.
Okay,
by
you
the
think you have
left has
enough time to
happened
know
in
everything that's
relation
going to
to
happen? Watch this. What was the goal of tariffs?
I believe that the goal of tariffs was to bring revenue to America and to also incentivize businesses to operate in America.
Okay, so then why have we seen a decline in real manufacturing investment within the country since Trump got in office?
Dude, how could you even say that? I don't believe you on that. I think that you're
Want me to show
wrong
you?
on that. Sure. Non-red. What are we looking at here? Wow, look at those numbers when Obama was in office. Wow, look at those numbers now. Wouldn't you agree that is this the level of investment?
Listen, watch.
Is this the level of investment you're
Can
showing
he-
me on the
can-
chart, or
yes,
is this
watch.
the level of disinvestment?
This is when Trump gets in office, or in 2017, right? This
Uh-huh.
is when he leaves office, right? Right here.
Yeah.
This is when Biden gets in office, right here. This is when Biden leaves office, right here. And then this is when Trump's in office now. So you see it's declined.
Look at where it was, man. Wow. Look
This
at
is
where
all
it was.
Biden. This is Biden. All Biden.
That's Biden.
This is all Biden.
Or-
Yep.
It's
all Biden.
What policies of Biden incentivize
Infrastructure
that?
bill, Chips and Science Act, Inflation Reduction Act, American Rescue Plan. All Biden. Woo!
Well, there you go, man. Well, why doesn't that number extend to 2025?
It did. It went up to 2025. I showed you. I literally
Did
showed that it
Did
went up to
did it
quarter
go up to
two.
2025? Is that current?
Yes, it went to quarter two 2025.
Did it really?
Yes, literally look. Right here, quarter two 2025.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see how that looks in quarter three with all the
Wait,
infrastructure.
wait, you
that's
said that we
being
have enough
built.
time to look over it. So you said the main goal of the tariffs was to increase domestic manufacturing investment, and it's declined since Trump got in office.
Well,
and it
I
mainly
said two
increased
things.
under the
I said
Biden-Harris administration. That's laughable.
Well, I said it's two things. I said it was to increase revenue for the U.S. government, which would you agree that that's happened?
That the increased revenue would specifically be disproportionate in income from lower and middle income individuals. So I'd rather have an increase in revenue from increasing taxes on income over $400,000 a year, like what Kamala Harris advocated for.
Well, there you go, man. I guess I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I think the economy's in a strong place personally. And,
Again, you keep stating that doesn't mean that it's true, right? Economists do not indicate that to be true, right? I gave you arguments to indicate that to be false, right? And then all you've done in response to that is try to insult me,
okay,
insult my job,
wages
insult my
are-
argumentation
wages
just
are
by
at an
saying that
all-time
all I
high.
do is this.
Yeah, well, wages are at an all-time high. Unemployment is healthy, and I think that there's a substantial amount of investment coming into the United States. So I guess you don't agree with that, though. You don't think that investment's coming into the United States?
No, investment has declined since Trump got in office.
But have you seen like over the past quarter what's happened with investment, in particular with AI infrastructure, which is a major component to the control of
So overall,
You know.
investment has declined.
yeah.
Cope,
I don't know,
bro.
man.
You're coping. I know you're coping with that, but it
Well, I
is the
don't
case
know.
that facts indicate that you're wrong, buddy. That there has been actually a decline in real manufacturing investment, and this is accounting for inflation. So, like,
Yeah.
if you were to say, "Oh, it increased under Biden because there was inflation," well, this actually accounts for inflation.
Yeah. well, anyways, we'll see what happens. But
Hold up real
I
quick.
believe
Hold
in
up real quick.
meritocracy. I don't like, and one of the reasons I didn't vote for Kamala and Biden is because I don't believe in taxing people who are providing jobs. I'm pro business, and I believe that a lot of
You
the
just want to be
narrative and-
taxing the workers? You want to tax the workers, not the people who are getting the most profits.
Is that what Trump's doing? Taxing the workers? Is that why
Yes.
we've got a progressive tax rate?
No, Donald Trump specifically is diminishing the progressive tax system by imposing tariffs in replace of a income tax, because tariffs have a regressive negative impact on low and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods, whereas income tax is disproportionately higher in terms of taxes for those that are higher income. So if you're higher income, you spend a greater proportion of your income on taxes. So actually he's replacing a progressive tax structure with a regressive tax structure, shifting the burden of taxation from higher income individuals to lower income individuals. But because you're a bootlicker and you love everything that corporate overlords and oligarchs like Donald Trump does, you're going to say that's amazing and is pro-business, right? And pro-America, even though it harms the entirety of America to help the very, very few top percentage points of the United States. Top percent point.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. I don't see that happening, but I guess I'm not. I believe in meritocracy, and you do too. You're probably getting taxed at 37% or higher because you're making a ton of money. And I think that
Chelsea, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Chelsea in the comment section right now? Anya with the $10. Thank you so much. Brandon with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Brandon. I appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I'd have to look back. I'm actually not quite sure what my house was. I can't remember. Maria, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jennifer with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Jennifer in the comment section right now. I think it starts with an H, Brandon. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Teresa, thank you for the $50 on Venmo as well. Can we get some W's for Brandon, Jennifer, and Teresa in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. POT, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Charles with the $20. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Candace, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for all the gifters in the comment section. Lydia with $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Carolina, thank you for the $10. Jeff with the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for all the gifters in the comment section? Let me go on to YouTube catch up there real quick, and then we'll continue with the debates. I do apologize. I just needed to catch up there because it's been a minute since I've thanked people. I don't think I have the whole stream yet, so. Gradients, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mary, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Jay with the $5. Thank you. Mary with the $2. Thank you. Kathleen, thank you for the $5. Nick, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Mary, thank you for the $11 or $12. Thank you so much. Angie with the $10. Rachel with the $10. Thank you. Brian, thank you for the $10 or the $5. Thank you. Rachel with the $10 again. Thank you. Nick, thank you for the $5 again. Thank you. Carolina with the $20. Thank you so much. Maxley with the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Morgan with the $2. Thank you. And Far, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Heidi, thank you for the $10. Jester Answer, thank you for the $2. Fumbling, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. You can continue.
Nice, man. That's a lot of money that you can donate now to all the causes you believe in. But look, man, I believe that the business climate for me, at least, has been very positive since Trump's been in office. I wasn't affected by tariffs. I think that producing products outside of the United States and incentivizing offshoring and outsourcing, it does lower the cost of consumer goods, but it's not good for our economy. And yeah, I think that the economy has a generally positive outlook. So that's my position. And that's why I voted for this, because I don't believe that businesses should be demonized and that getting rich should be demonized. I think that that's sick. I think that that's messed up. I think that innovation is created by the free markets that we operate within, and I didn't see that from the left side. Sure.
How did we demonize businesses?
I think that, from my perspective, not being a debater or constant consumer of current events, I think that substantially increasing corporate tax.
Wait, and by the way, thank you for telling me that. I really didn't know. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, the constant threat to increase tax on people who make money is not a condition of incentivizing people to work harder and innovate. And so, yeah.
So, so you're saying that we're demonizing businesses by increasing their taxes? So are the middle class and lower class individuals in the country being demonized because their taxes are going up under Trump's administration? I would rather demonize people who have income over $400,000 a year on their income over $400,000 a year than demonize income earners under $400,000 a year because it imposes greater tax burdens on them because of the implementation of tariffs.
I hear. I don't think anybody should be demonized. I think that I think that people should be incentivized to create value and to create jobs. And I believe that lower taxes and things like QBI, like I said, that Trump has supported, which was a primary reason that I voted for Trump.
You think Trump supports UBI?
No, QBI, excuse me.
Oh,
QBI.
Sorry. I was about to say, I was like, what? Okay. So
well, and I don't think he does. And that is a concern. Maybe you and I agree on that. I don't know, but that is a concern for me. I don't know what the future looks like. But that is something that it is concerning. I think that it's harder for regular Americans to create value in this economy unless they really work hard, unless they do what you did, Parker, which is like go hard and make no money and be consistent. But I do believe that in America, if you do that, then you should be rewarded for it. And that I think that the climate that should be preserved is that if you work hard, if you show up. I mean, in my company, we had a guy start at the lowest level in our company last a year and a half ago, and he's about to be promoted to the chief operating officer, making hundreds of thousands of dollars. Why? Because he showed up and was extremely dedicated. He has extreme promise. And I maybe I'm an optimist, but I believe that if you do that, and if you believe in that, then you won't have.
If you just pull hard enough, I promise you, you'll be able to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I promise you, everybody, if you just pull hard enough, just pull harder, pull as hard as you fucking can. I promise you, every single person in this call will be able to be incredibly rich, richer than you've ever seen before. I can tell you that. I promise you. You'll be the richest you've ever seen in all of history of all the world. I promise you.
No, man, but I think that a lot of the rhetoric, a lot of the narrative that I've heard from the left is that, the system is against you. You can't do well in America. All these policies, that's why you're not succeeding. When I believe that, if you apply yourself and you spend your time learning instead of playing video games or smoking weed or doing whatever you're going to do.
You can't say that on the live. You can't say the W drug on the live. But by the way, I do that all the time, and I'm pretty successful. So, you know what I mean? I get elevated every single day, and I'm pretty successful. So I don't think it's people doing that that's causing that to happen, right? Right? Like, I think that's a very ridiculous assertion for you to make there, man. Like, little did he know who he was talking to. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Quite frankly, we're elevated right now, and we were dunking on him in a debate. So, you know what I mean? Like, quite frankly, I tell you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And what's your birth year?
2007, July 22nd.
Wouldn't you be 18? So the next person only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
February 26, 2005.
And you said you're how old again?
20.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I don't know. I'm kind of on the edge. I kind of voted him at first, but now I'm like kind of against what he's been doing with immigration, but it's more about abortion for me, I guess.
Okay, so if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump, just because of my views on abortion.
Okay, so what about abortion?
I believe life begins at conception, I guess.
Have you been on my stream before, man?
No, never. I've tried to, but I've never actually been accepted.
Okay, so you think that you said what was the reason?
that life begins at conception. Like, I would go back in time and vote for Trump because of my views on abortion.
Okay, so what about abortion?
Just because I believe life begins at conception and that it's murder.
Okay, so why is it murder?
Because it's a human life.
Okay, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Not necessarily, no. But
They're
they've already,
cellularly alive?
I mean, yeah, but they've already like lived a life. And
no,
like
they're still living. They're still living in terms of cellular life.
Right,
But
but like,
they're medically considered dead. So medical life doesn't begin at conception. Medical life begins at sentience, from at least the perspective in which we consider that brain death is death from a medical perspective. But biological and cellular life does begin at conception, but that's not what we consider to be valuable.
hmm yeah, I would just only disagree because I feel like, they've already lived their life, right? And it's like, in terms of when a woman gets pregnant, the baby hasn't lived a life yet. It never gets the chance to live that life, So I think in that sense that it's wrong. Still, I don't really agree with the brain dead argument because of that reason.
They did technically because they've already been living under your perspective. Like life begins at conception. They've already had a chance to live technically because they're already living.
Would you mind if I stepped outside a minute? My roommates are like blasting music. I'm
Sure,
sorry.
that's fine.
Thank you. Give me just 1 minute.
Okay. In the meantime, I have a few people to thank real quick. Can we get some W's in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though. Thank you so much, Matt. Gradients, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Gradients. I really appreciate it. Zach with the $20. Thank you so much, Zach. Who's some W's for Zach in the comment section right now? Maddie with the $5. Who knows? Thank you for the $10. Sock50, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Who's some W's for them in the comment section? Jordan with the $5. Thank you so much. Edgar, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'd probably go with Obama. And then Johan, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Johan in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Johan. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Johan in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. As well as Josh with the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Josh. W's for Johan and W's for Josh in the comment section right now, as well as Michelle. Thank you for the $10. And Maya, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I know, right? I guess I have a question, Ryan. Are you Christian?
No, I'm agnostic.
Okay.
I just believe that abortion is wrong, I guess. Just because like my are really similar to, I guess, Christians. He grew up kind of in the 60s. And I grew up with my dad, so that's kind of the reason why I believe that life begins at conception, and that
I don't dispute you that life begins at conception. My dispute is that it's not valuable at conception because we don't consider it to be murder when it is the case that we pull the plug on individuals in our family that are brain dead, even though they still have cellular life in the same connotation as a zygote at conception.
I can't argue your points. I'll give you that. I'm sorry. I wish I had more information coming up here.
No, you're fine. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your time.
You as well. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Pad Queer?
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody.
Fun.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
August 7, 2007.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay, why so?
The reason I'd vote for Trump, there's a couple reasons of why, obviously. I believe that I support Donald Trump not because I think he's like perfect or anything, but because I believe his policies, but the interests of that he puts us people as Americans first.
Okay, how does he put Americans first?
He's helped people at the bottom and people that have no money, people that are poor. He has
In what
lowered.
way?
He's upped the wage equivalent to where we live.
Okay. How do you do that? How do you up your wages?
He upped the wages by I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay, so then why do you attribute it to him if you have no reason to?
Because Trump he said this before. He said that he was gonna make America great again.
Okay, but what did he do to make it great?
No, because presidents are not allowed to lie. That's why I support him.
Okay, you're totally trolling. They're not
Why
allowed
would I
to
be
lie, bro. Come on. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Debate me. Nah. I'm not a troll.
They're so obsessed. Yes, you are, dude. I can't even. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It should help get it out to more people. Rhiannon, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $4.20. Stacy with the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Oh, I'm 18 or 19. Sorry.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do support Donald Trump.
Yeah. What's your birth year?
2006, June 21st.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
And if I went back in time, I would still vote for Trump. And the biggest reason why, for me personally, is just I'm really big on pro-life. And I mean, obviously, you've got all the felon stuff with Trump. I'm not really a big Republican versus Democrat guy. But when you look at it, and I've got Kamala versus Trump and my pro-life stance, I just voted Trump. I thought he represented my views the best.
Okay. And why are you pro-life?
I believe sincerely that every life, every human deserves the right to live. And I think a lot of abortions today, right? We look at it, 95% plus are purely elective, no rape, no incest, no medical concerns. And I just think to end a life because it's inconvenient shouldn't really happen. I mean, I don't see a suitable scenario for that personally.
Do you think IVF is wrong?
IVF, sorry, I'm not like crazy smart.
In vitro fertilization.
Okay, go into like what that means, please.
So we will cause like zygotes to exist using sperm and egg, and or we can even new circumstances not utilize like either sperm or an egg, but we can utilize like say human cells specifically alongside like I don't have to explain that. The point is that in the context of a petri dish, we cause conception, and then we can implant the zygote into the uterine wall, right, of an individual who has a uterus, and they can become pregnant, right? So in that connotation,
so it's basically like
right, for each individual that specifically wants it, right, IVF, right, they typically have on average around like I'm pretty sure it's like 7 to 9 it could be any between that range like zygotes or embryos created that they discard.
Okay, so it's like artificial insemination, kind of, in a way.
Crystal, thank you so much for the level ship. So I guess if you're going to view it that way, yeah.
Gotcha. I mean, if I'm for it, I haven't really thought about it. I mean, I couldn't really say I'm for or against it. I've never been asked that.
Okay, no, but the idea is that there's a bunch of discarding of zygotes and embryos in that process, so it kills a bunch of lives. All right, according to your perspective, because life begins at conception. It's cellular life. I don't care about cellular life. I care about sentient life.
Gotcha. The thing with conception for me is, right, when I think of life, I think of it starting when the sperm meets the egg. When I see unique DNA, that's when I see life begin, right? And these kind of science scenarios like the IVF you're talking about. And I'm so sorry I don't know about that. I should look into that, make me a better debater. But at the end of the day, if that ends life and if they're not intentionally killing the zygotes, I can't say I'm for or against that, but that's totally different. Like an abortion is a direct choice to end a life. If I'm attempting to get a woman pregnant and some zygotes die in the process, that's different. That's like the argument, oh, do you think contraceptives are killing life? And it's not. The woman has a baby growing inside of her body. That baby will be born in 9 months. It will have a life. I am determining to terminate that. That's murder. It's not the same as some lab trying to get a woman pregnant, in my
Dude,
opinion.
I'm
see
sorry.
your point, though.
Both of them are cellular life. So what is the relevant distinction? Do you not care about zygotes?
No, I would say I care about a zygote. Then again, I do need to do more research, but I support all cellular life. I mean, but do you see what I'm saying? If they're
So
trying
then
to
you think it
impregnate a
would be
woman,
murder? You think it'd be murder to discard a zygote?
oh, are they purposefully discarding them, or are they attempting to get the woman pregnant and they get
Purposefully
discarded?
discarding them.
Okay, well, I would say, yeah, that's no good. That's murder. I
So
wouldn't be
okay,
for
so
that.
people should go to jail for that.
I mean, if they are purposefully discarding a zygote and it's not to attempt to get a woman pregnant, I am just discarding that, then yeah, I would say that should not be allowed. Not for
So
that.
people should go to murder because of that.
That I wouldn't say. Well, yeah, I would say so. But I don't understand the scenario again. But what
That's
you're
crazy.
saying,
Here, I have a
if-
question. Do you think abortion is equivalent or comparable to slavery?
Yeah, I post about that all the time. I think they are
So
pretty
you think
comparable.
they're comparable?
Yeah, can I explain why real quick?
Yeah. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I just think that you look at U.S. history, they're both strippings of human rights that were backed by the full faith and credit of the United States government.
So technically,
we look back at-
wouldn't it make more sense to say that like pregnant individuals being forced to go through the context of a pregnancy without access to an abortion, that would be more likely to be considered slavery? Because you're forced by the government to do something against your will?
But that's not forced against your will, right?
You
I
are.
am imposing.
You are totally forced. You're
Okay.
forced to go through the pregnancy against your will.
But I am imposing a choice upon the human that's inside of me. So my choice is now imposing on another human's choice. You can't call that bodily autonomy when I am determining the life
is
of
bodily
another
autonomy.
body.
It is bodily autonomy.
But I am.
Wait, so I have a
am
question. I have a
choosing-
question. I
Yeah.
have a question. If there was someone specifically that needed your liver in order to survive, right, or needed part of your liver, should you be mandated by
Okay.
the law to give up part of your liver to save them?
No, but if I have a
What?
child,
But you're
I'm
like,
not a-
but you not providing that would kill them.
okay, that's not a scenario that would ever happen. And a baby, right?
By the way, it
choosing
could.
that.
But like, and by the way, saying it will never happen is not a response to the reality of it, right? I'm asking if in that context, would you say that they need to, at least from a philosophical standpoint, do you think that they would be forced? And you said no. So it sounds like you're saying someone is not forced specifically in order to be to give up some of their bodily resources in order to save someone's life in one context, but in the other context they should have to.
Okay, but in that scenario, I don't have skin in the game. Like some random dude wants my liver. That's not the same as I went out and had sex.
What if it's
now
your
I'm
kid?
pregnant.
What if it's your
My
kid?
kid.
Should you be
I'd give my
mandated
kid
by
with
law?
my liver.
And your
Mandated
18-year-old
by
kid,
law.
should you be mandated
Okay.
by law to give up your liver?
You can't. No, I wouldn't say you could be mandated. And I understand
But it's your
that
kid.
backs
So
up.
then why would you say that specifically you should be mandated by law to be able to like literally give up some of your bodily resources, right, to be able to save someone's life?
The kid needing a liver was not my decision, but the kid needing my
What?
body to progress and grow for 9 months, that is my decision. Okay, sorry, let me re-explain. The kid needing a liver, right? His liver is bad. I didn't have a choice in that. That's not a result of me doing something. Now,
Yes,
if
it is.
I'm
It's a
woman
result of you
and-
having them as a kid.
Yeah, but me having them as a kid does not directly impede and make them have a liver that goes bad or need a new liver. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So and also, but like, but having sex doesn't necessitate that it is the case in all circumstances. There is going to be a kid.
Yeah, correct. It doesn't. But here's my thing. You look at the 95% that are purely elective. If people want to argue against rape, abortion, medical concerns, I understand that. But if I look at, hey, I'm going out, I'm having sex, I'm not using protection, and I start human life inside of me because that's my decision. I know that can happen. And maybe we need more sex education. Maybe we need more easy access to contraceptives. But at the end of the day, I know that this can result in a pregnancy. I know that this can result in the life. So I should be taking those chances upon me as well. When the kid needs a liver, when I conceive the kid, I'm not purposefully conceiving him to have a bad liver or need a liver. When I'm having sex, I need to know that there is a chance that a child could come from this, that there could be,
Yeah, and
conception.
it could be that that child could need aspects of your liver to survive. That is possible. It could be the case that that results from you particularly having intercourse. So in the same way that you
I
say
agree.
this could be the case that this is a result from this, wouldn't that then necessitate that you have an obligation to give up a part of your liver, given that it's necessary for them to survive?
In
And if
that
you don't
scenario,
think that it's
first-
necessary, if you don't think that they should be obligated to do so, then why do you think someone should be obligated in the context of a pregnancy set scenario to give up their bodily resources, right, in order to be able to save the life, right? Especially of a non-sentient embryo.
Okay, my choice in conceiving the kid, and he has a bad liver, I don't have a part in that. Like, I can't determine if his liver's good, liver's bad. I am just conceiving him. But me going and having sex and then having a child start growing in my body, I know that that can happen. I know that I had a direct part in that happening. Now, to the scenario, I would give the kid my liver. I would feel obligated. But by law, I don't think it would make sense to obligate a parent to give their liver. They should, but I don't think you could obligate that and force it.
So again, in that context, why should you be mandated by law specifically to give up your bodily resources to save, right, the context of a human cellular life, right, a zygote or an embryo?
I just think that when you have the zygote or embryo in your body, right? I'm having a baby girl inside me. I had sex. I made that decision. Now I deal with the consequences. I didn't choose to have my kid have a bad liver. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like I have choice.
You
in
didn't
the
choose
baby.
to get pregnant either. Like, someone didn't choose to get pregnant, especially if they want to get an abortion. They didn't choose to get pregnant.
But they knew that could happen. That's like
Yes,
me
and
having
you
a kid,
Oh
and
my
then
God.
as I'm having the kid, I'm like smoking and drinking alcohol and doing all these things that'll inhibit his health. Then I am responsible for that liver being bad. I should be obligated. Now, when I have sex, and if I'm a woman, I have sex, and now I'm pregnant, I should be obligated. I should have that responsibility.
Let's say specifically it is the case that you particularly give them, right, something that like some type of food, right, and they have an allergic reaction to it, and it causes their body to go into shock specifically. You knew that when giving them food, they could have had an allergic reaction to it, right? Say they needed some aspect of your body, bodily resources, in order to save their life. Would you say that you should be mandated by law to do so?
I mean, did I do it in malice, or did the kid just have a random
so then-
allergy I had
okay,
no idea
so
about?
did people engage in sex using malice?
They don't engage in sex and malice, but when they get an abortion as a form of birth control, that's
not
explicitly
malice. No, it's not. Right? Like, for example, like if I paid for my girlfriend's abortion, right, because she's not at a point where she wants to have children yet, right? She wants to have children later in her life. She's not ready at this point yet. How is that in malice?
How can we end a life because it's inconvenient or expensive?
It's
I
a
just don't
cellular
see-
life, dude. Who gives a shit? It's a cellular life. You compared a cellular life to sentient humans that have been enslaved and tortured. Okay? That is fucking ridiculous. The fact that you even do that, the fact that you post videos comparing people being tortured and enslaved, right, to literally non-sentient embryos being killed in the womb is fucking nuts. It is unbelievable. You can't just say because it's a human rights violation that it is the case that you treat all human rights violations the same. You have to understand the distinction.
I understand why you view that as ridiculous. And I mean, if the situations were flipped and you said something, I looked at it like that, I would probably say the same thing. But the difference between me and you, and I'm not saying you're dumb, I'm not calling you out for this. I just believe that those embryos are alive. I mean, I believe they feel that.
I'm
I
not
believe they
disputing
have a
that.
chance.
They don't
Okay.
feel anything. The embryo doesn't feel shit, right? The embryo is alive. It's cellularly alive, but we don't give a shit about cellular life. We think it's not murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead.
Okay. Well, okay. Let me ask you about this then. If we have a child, right, and this is late stage pregnancy, let's say then again, I don't know all the biology, kind of an idiot at that. Let's say we're like, what's the latest you can get an abortion in America? Do you know? Like,
So
I don't know
So
personally.
the Due to Roe versus Wade, it says after viability, it's left up to the states.
okay, I know some states are different than others. Let's say like 6 months. The baby is pretty far along at this point, and it's not just cellular life. It has organs, it has all these things. Do you think that abortion should still be allowed in that scenario?
Okay, at the point of viability, it'd be an induction of labor, meaning it wouldn't lead to the death of it. And that's at the point in which it's sentient. So at that point, it is the case that most abortions have already occurred.
Okay.
Over
but
over
if there
90
was,
over 93% of abortions have already occurred.
okay, if there was an abortion at that point though, would you be for that? Should they be able to have it?
So a lethal abortion after what week?
Let me see. I need to study the biology when I come up here against a debater, but what's a week where the bodies develop, they have organs, they're sentient?
Sentient,
That's
right?
what I'm
It's going to be
for.
around 20 through 24 weeks.
Okay, let's shoot for that time frame. If a woman wants to get an abortion at that time frame, she wasn't raped, it's not incest, there's no medical concerns. Should she be allowed to do that in your opinion?
So I think it's wrong, but should there be laws particularly restricting? No, because it is the case that I think that someone, in order to prove that they were sexually assaulted, doesn't have to provide any evidence. So technically anyone could claim under the law specifically, right, that they should be able to get access to an abortion, right? So technically, right, at that point, it would be an induction of labor, right? So would I be
Gotcha.
morally opposed to a lethal abortion after that point? Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good to know. I see what you're, you know what? I do get the bodily autonomy argument. I think I don't watch your show, I'm going to be honest, but I feel like a lot of people come on here, they're just kind of like, you know, oh, you guys are idiots. But I get what you're saying. I mean, it's a fight for rights on both sides. I don't think the pro-choicers are idiots. Nobody believes something to inherently harm another individual. You guys see it in a good way because you love people. You love their autonomy. You love their right. I do too. And we just look at it different ways. And I would love to do some more research because you're schooling me on the biology. I don't know all that kind of stuff. And I really should if I'm going to join on this live. I mean, I really do enjoy it. I'm so thankful that you had me on your show here. And I'd love to do it again after I do some more research, if that would be okay.
Yeah, I would say definitely look into viewing it definitely differently than you do right now, because there's no way in hell that you view a zygote and an embryo the same as you view a newborn baby. There's no way. And then what is the distinction between them? The sentience. That is a very, very clear distinction. So you should at least agree with most abortions, over 90% plus of abortions, 98% of abortions, right? And after that point, it's medical circumstances that people get access to them. And also, there's also a question of what percentage likelihood of risk of death do they have to have in order to say that they should have a legal right to get access to an abortion, right?
Yeah. I feel that. Like the 5% where you got your rape, incest, medical concerns. I feel you guys on that. I mean,
But there's
I
medical
don't
concerns
agree.
in every pregnancy is what I'm saying.
Gotcha. I do. Okay, I see what you're saying. Like, what percent of pregnancies would you say have a substantial medical concern, like potentially fatal?
Okay, when you say potentially fatal, I think that's gonna be determined by doctors. I don't know if I could make a prescription that like this percent of ones
Okay,
are
I got
fatal.
you. That was kind of
Potentially
a-
fatal is every single one.
I see what you're saying. I mean, like the substantial risk, right? Okay, I am against all abortions, plain and simple. My religion is a big part of that. And I understand that doesn't apply to people. I can't force that on them. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying, if you have an abortion that is purely based on inconvenience or used as a method of birth control, I don't think that should be legal in the United States.
Like, for example,
I think that
seriously, this is a real example that could happen in my life. I'm genuinely serious. If my
Okay.
girlfriend got pregnant and she chose to want to get an abortion, I would pay for her abortion. Should I go to prison? Would you think that I paid for murder? Because she got an abortion in the first few weeks.
you know what? The term murder, right? This is the thing. I don't think in our current society that you do it because you want to kill the baby, right? You don't do it because of that. You do it because you love your girlfriend. Now, I see it as murder. If someone in the current society got something like that, like they paid for their girlfriend's abortion, do I think that they should be like charged with murder? No, obviously not. We view it in a way that it's acceptable.
Well, then you don't think it's murder. Because we're talking about from
I
your
do.
perspective. You're talking about from your perspective. You think from your perspective,
Okay.
under your law, if all of your laws were put in place the way that you want them to be, do you think I should be put in prison?
If you fully understood what life was when it began and
I know-
abortion
I
was
do.
legal,
I do.
okay, abortion is illegal in this scenario, right?
No, if I have my position that I have, I know life begins at
Okay.
conception, but I don't value life at conception. I value sentience, right? Should I go to prison under your view, right? Under your legal system, if you could have the laws set up the way that you want them, should I go to prison under your worldview for being a murderer? Or
Okay,
paying for
if
murder?
the law was set up the way I wanted it, abortion was illegal, and you did aid in that and pay for it, yes, I would believe that you should go to jail.
So you think I should go to jail, like genuinely?
Not in the current state. No, I'm saying if the
No,
law
no.
was
If
set
I
up
told
the-
you right now that that's already happened in my life, you would say that I should go to prison.
No, because in your lifetime, the U.S. government viewed it as legal. You believe that life
Wait. I'm
is
sorry. So
invaluable.
do you think Nazi officials should have been held accountable in international crimes against international courts for crimes against humanity, even though it was legal, right? Particularly under Nazi law to do what they did.
Yes, I believe they should be held accountable, but that's because they viewed the Jews, right, and all of the terrible atrocities they did, they viewed them as less than human. They killed them, they stripped their rights.
Well,
and
I
they
view
knew what they
I
were.
view zygotes as less than human under your view, right?
Yeah, but do you do it with malice?
No.
Did the Nazis kill Jews with malice?
Yes.
So I just think the scenarios aren't comparable in that sense.
Okay, so then if there was specifically a Nazi that did it without quote unquote malice, under your perspective, because I don't know what that would mean, because in both scenarios they'd be murdering, right? Under your perspective, it seemingly would be malice, right?
I mean, but you can't like kill a Jew and then be like, oh, they're less
Jewish
because
person.
they're a Jew. A Jewish
Jewish
person.
person.
Without malice. There's no way to do that. I can't do that and think,
Well, I mean, under
Oh, well.
so then couldn't you say the same thing for like an abortion?
yeah, I mean, you technically could. I mean, that's why I'm saying if
So
you
then like
currently,
so then do you think I should go to prison?
if the laws were set up the way I believe they should be, yes. In current law, no, it's legal. I don't support it. But how can I go and say, oh, I don't support it, but the U.S. government identifies it as your legal right to do, and then I say you should be thrown in prison? That's like saying, oh, someone who drank alcohol before Prohibition should be thrown in jail. It was legal at the time. You did it because it fell under the statute of the law. After it's abolished, then it's illegal. Then you should go to jail. But how can I blame you for doing something that was your right? It was honored under the law. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so then your perspective is that people specifically should not be retroactive enforced for particular laws. So then I can give you plenty of examples of this, right? Not only the one I gave you that was an explicit example, but throughout the context of history, child marriage was legalized. Do you think that because historically child marriage was legalized, that it should be the case that the people who specifically did it while it was legal shouldn't go to prison?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would think that is a direct violation. But this is
Okay,
the
so
thing.
then here's my point. I don't think that you view it as murder, and I want you to go and I want you to go reflect on your perspective here, because I don't think that you view this as murder, and I think that you would change your view in that.
Gotcha. Okay, what I will say to that, Parker, is I do believe it's murder. I believe every situation is murder. And the way I have expressed it may be lackluster. Maybe it doesn't fully encompass the way I believe, because as I said, I mean, I'm getting schooled in the biology. You're throwing these examples, and I understand what you're saying. It makes sense, but I'm telling you with full faith that I do believe all these circumstances are murder. And I would love to do some more research so I can come in here with, some more ammo in my arsenal and then kind of duke it out. And I'm not having such a weak argument, if that makes sense.
All right, for sure.
Hey, I appreciate you having me on the show. Have a good night.
Yeah, appreciate it. Please change your mind, man. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2001, March
What month?
15th, 2001.
What month?
March.
March. Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for? I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
Trump.
Okay. Why so?
I really strongly believe pro-life. I just listened to the last argument, so I don't really want to get into that. But I do love his border security. I believe that as a U.S. citizen, we need to focus on U.S. citizens coming to the country legally the correct way, I 100% agree that people should be allowed to do that. I'm a construction project manager. All my crews have legally came here from Brazil, and I 100% stand by that. But coming here illegally is not the correct way, and you shouldn't be able to stay here if you come here illegally.
Yeah, okay. So in terms of immigration particularly, can you name one way in which mass deportation would benefit our society?
I think getting rid of criminals off the street like Trump is doing.
Like himself?
Like himself, how?
Well, he's a convicted criminal. So, like, did he get himself off the street?
I mean, he went to trial, didn't he?
Yeah, and he was convicted and sentenced. He also pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th, and he called them patriots. He left. Oh my gosh. Jeez, chat. Jeez. Oh my gosh. That was brutal. That was brutal. By the way, chat, I got like a flag a bit ago for like the DRUGS, and I don't know if it's limited the push of the stream. I'm not quite sure, actually. I'm on my second account, so I'm not quite sure, to be honest, but maybe in a bit, if it we'll see if if I need to restart, because it might have limited the push of the stream. Not quite sure, but we'll give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Because I definitely could have got age restricted. So I would recommend everyone to go over to the YouTube stream, because if I hit a restart here pretty soon, you won't have to leave the live real quick to come right back to it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Is there a way you could turn off the TV?
Okay. Hold on 1 second.
Or mute it, yeah. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Because of his policies.
Okay. Specifically, what about his policies? Like, what policies?
Like particularly like the LGBTQ stuff.
What about the LGBTQ plus community?
Well, I personally do not agree with it, and he's like things that during his policy that have occurred have like rolled back some of the advancements on it. Like, for example, using like for trans individuals using the bathrooms in the Capitol.
So would you say that you would never support a candidate that allowed a trans person specifically to use the women's restroom?
I would never support a candidate, yes.
Okay, so Donald Trump did allow for trans people to use the women's restroom, right? In his own businesses like Mar-a-Lago, right? Historically speaking.
Yeah. But he's not doing that now. And,
he has in the past, though. So, like, would you say that you said that if someone's done this, that you wouldn't support them, therefore you wouldn't support Trump, right?
I mean, what matters is now. I mean, he was a Democrat before, right?
No, but I'm asking, would you support him in that context, given that, like, it is the case that he specifically has done that? You said that you wouldn't support a candidate that's done that before.
Okay, then, yeah, that's like one of those semantic traps. Yeah, I'll retract that and say that, I guess not. Like, I would support him if he like changed that. But,
okay, so would you ever vote for a man that bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in the changing room?
How is that related to why I support him?
Yeah, I mean, like, it seems like you specifically, like, wanted to protect women's spaces, correct?
Yeah. And not really, actually. I mean, the whole reason
you don't.
I'm against... Yeah, I do, but that's not... You're kind of, like, putting me in a box here, because it's not really... That's the reason why I support him being anti-LGBTQ. The reason I am for that is that, as a married Christian man, the whole LGBTQ stuff kind of blurs the lines, and that's the reason I want
Blurs what lines?
Well, I'm trying to like overcome temptation and stuff like that. But some of these femboys are so cute, just like you.
Okay, you're totally trolling. You're totally trolling. That was
I will
totally a troll.
pound
Can you
you
admit you're
into
trolling, please?
submission. I will
What?
pound you into submission.
Okay, that was a really long troll, I guess, apparently. All right. I'm gonna hit a quick restart here on TikTok, everybody. I feel like this is a good point to hit a restart here on TikTok. I'll be right back. Give me like 30 seconds to hit a quick restart. I recommend to go over to the YouTube channel, join the 3.2 thousand people over on YouTube. I would really, really, really appreciate that. Kathy, thank you for the $10. M, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ava, thank you for the $10. Thank you. As well as Christopher with the $100 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Christopher in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said update legal pathways. Absolutely. We need more than just updating processing speed or mass amnesty. We need more available paths to come here legally. I totally agree, Christopher. I totally agree. Melody, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. Let me hit a quick restart here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. I would really, really, really appreciate it. We're going to quickly hit a quick restart on the TikTok stream. Alrighty, we're about almost 2 hours left in the stream, meaning we have like another 2 hours or so left on the stream, everyone. Carolina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Carolina. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Good night, legs for days. Have a good night. Have a good night. What's good, everyone? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? Do give it a second for people to join in. We're gonna get the debates going here in a second. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Alrighty, give it a second. YouTube is the best tube. Absolutely, YouTube is the best. I tell you. TikTok takes us down. They limit the push of the stream. They do so much. Alrighty. We're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
Yo, what's good, Parker?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31. How you been?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. Ann, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Ann. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Just because he's following the Christian laws.
Okay. Which ones?
The L's, the Q's, all that stuff.
What is that?
Respectfully, no disrespect to anybody. It's no different than in the book, in the Bible.
Well, I'm confused.
You know, Solomon.
What are you saying?
Gomorrah.
Oh.
Like, people are just gonna be lawless. People are just lawless nowadays, and
what do you mean
like
lawless?
order.
Could you tell me what you mean by lawless?
Lawless, like they don't have. They're gonna do what they want to choose to do.
You mean like Trump, the corruption he's engaging in? He dropped a meme coin. He rug pulled it. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He was convicted of 34 felonies. He's violated multiple of our constitutional rights, such as the First, the Second, the Fourth, the Fifth, and the 14th Amendment.
You believe in the Bible?
I believe it exists as a book, but I'm not a Christian.
So you have no biblical understanding.
I probably have a greater level of biblical understanding than you. What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Hold on, don't do that. I'm new to my faith.
Okay.
Genesis, Exodus. Yeah, I'm kind of new, so.
Those are the first two of
Well, I'm
the
not
Old
new. I'm
Testament, not the New
Oh,
Testament.
you said the new. Oh, the new. Okay, my bad. I'm starting in the old. My bad, brother.
That's okay.
I'm not. Uh,
I just
well,
like
yeah, I like.
don't test other people on their knowledge of the Bible if you are still reading the Bible yourself. You know what I mean? Like,
You got the Spirit of God on you,
apparently,
so you're a believer.
yeah, dude. I'm a known believer.
What does that mean?
Like everyone knows me as a believer.
The God of Abraham and Isaac.
Yeah, I believe Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior.
Do you believe he died on the cross for your sins, brother?
Yeah, absolutely. And he rose from the dead. He walked on water. He turned water into wine. And he got people fucking drunk. Hell yeah.
Are you mocking him or are you being
No,
serious?
no, I'm being serious. I'm talking about my Lord and Savior, bro.
So what? Why don't you agree with? Do you agree with we should like what we like, or do you think? Like, what do you think? Honestly, bro, like, do you think it's okay for a man and a man to be good together?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
What's wrong with it?
What is a man gonna bring to me?
Well, I mean, it depends on whether or not you find it attractive. I mean, no one's saying you have to do that, right? It depends on
No,
whether or
but
not
I'm
you find it
saying,
attractive.
what is a man on man? What does that bring to each other?
Well, for people who have that attraction, it's the same as a relationship for you. I'm confused.
Why are you confused?
Like, how is your relationship any different than like someone's relationship in that connotation? Like,
because first of all,
you're attracted
go ahead.
to women, I'm assuming, correct?
Yeah, I love
Okay.
women. I think women.
Okay, so
are
then
those-
like, okay, so
they
could
bring
you,
comfort to us.
How about this? Could you understand how women could find other women attractive?
No, I don't agree with that either.
How come? You
No.
wait. So you
Because
find
I don't think it doesn't support each other. Like
What?
a man. That's why women were created to support, so we can have that type of support.
Wait.
like
There are
that.
plenty of women that support other women, and also, by the way, there are plenty of people that support themselves in relationships.
I'm not talking about that way. I'm talking about like a man can't give a motherly love like a woman can. Like you.
What do you mean by motherly love?
Okay, like a man can't carry the baby.
Oh, okay. That's
Like,
not the
it's like a natural love that a man can't ever give. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense, Parker, or no?
So specifically, well, I think that, for example, trans men specifically that have uteruses can, but it is the case that if you want to reference particularly the connotation of people, you're saying people who are biologically male couldn't ever because they don't have uteruses. Well, wouldn't that just be a reason why you shouldn't have an opinion that other people shouldn't have the right over their own body to have access to an abortion?
No, I disagree because God doesn't speak. God speaks that a woman was created out of a man's rib. He doesn't say a man was created out
Okay,
of.
so to clarify, God could have spawned Eve into existence just how he spawned in Adam, but he decides to literally rip Adam's rib out of him for no fucking
Right.
reason at all, just to create
Right.
Eve.
No, because he needed a helper.
Wait,
So
okay,
Adam
but
was,
why did he need to rip his rib out to do that?
Because it was showing you that he was a part of that. She was coming a part of man. She was part of
Dude,
man.
God's in
So-
creative mode. He can just spawn him in. Why does he have to
No,
rip a
but
rib
he-
out of Adam in order to do that? He
he's-
can just spawn him in.
no,
He's
he's
in
just-
creative mode, dude.
He's just showing his uniqueness. It's just kind of like a metaphor. It's like a metaphor. He's just showing how unique he is.
Oh, so he didn't
Like, he's
actually take his rib, right?
It could be more like, how do you say it? Like, if you want to go that route, we can. Like, if you think what is wrong with God just taking a man's rib and saying, "Here, I'm gonna make a woman."
He could have just spawned in them like how he spawned in Adam. Like he spawned in Adam. Did he need someone's rib to spawn in Adam? No. So why does he
Yeah,
need
it's because
Adam's rib to spawn an Eve? Like, I just feel like
because
it's
he need
unnecessary
Adam
there.
because Adam needed a helper.
But
So
he
God
could
said, "I'm gonna
literally
send you a
spawn in
helper."
Eve. What makes so you're saying God couldn't spawn in Eve without ripping out
He
an
could have, but
he could have. So then why
it
did he
makes it
decide
uni-
to
it
he
makes
just
it
so he just ripped out his
yeah.
rib for no reason.
No, it makes it unique. That he's trying to show you that it came from that it came from a man. Like the seed,
So
okay, the
what did
man
you
is
just
the
say
seed.
that's
Hold
symbolic
on.
and not literal? Can you just say it's
Wait,
symbolic and not
hold on.
literal?
Wait, hold on. So in the Bible, it tells you be fruitful and multiply. And it even says that with the fruit. Like it says that in the beginning in Genesis, it says be fruitful and multiply. And you know who carries the seed?
So we should be polygamous and have many children
How,
with as many people as
what
we
do you mean?
possibly can, right?
No, like long as you do it right. If it goes against God's law, not out of fornication.
Wait,
Like
no,
you
you
should
just
do it
said
the
that
right
you
way.
should you just said that we should be fruitful and multiply. So we should have as many children as we should could possibly have, right?
If it's done the right way, like out of marriage. I'm not saying out of wedlock. Then yes, there's nothing wrong with having 20 kids or 30 kids if that's what you want.
Okay,
God
so
says be
so you're
fruitful
saying
and
in the
multiply.
context of wedlock. So like so what are the only so do you only consider like Christian marriages to be valid?
Do I only seen it Christian?
Yeah, because
What do you mean?
those are the
Why
only
not?
ones under God. Christian marriages. Do you think only Christian marriages are valid?
You gotta explain that a little more, Parker. Like you
If I got married
okay.
under the devil, right? Would my marriage be valid?
I mean, you can. No, I think you should get married under God. Like
If I got married under the devil, right? Would my marriage be valid? Yes or no?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, brother. I guess I'm not comprehending. So you saying like if I'm not a believer and I got married, is it valid?
No, because if you're just not a believer, that doesn't mean you did it under the devil. But sure, do you recognize?
Not
like,
really, but God might not bless that marriage. It's not like you're all God's gonna condemn you for doing it, but He'll rather for you do it the righteous way. Like that's why you go to the courthouse and they read a little passage in the Bible like that. So I'm not saying you're gonna be condemned if you don't know Jesus and you marry somebody. No, that's actually. He'll rather you do that even though you don't know Jesus.
Okay, so then here's my question. So then, do you think
What's
gay
that?
marriage is valid?
Gay marriage is not because God says this in Genesis. God says He formed a woman out of a man. So no, He doesn't say nothing about a man.
Wait, so that doesn't say it's wrong to engage in marriage if you're gay.
But why? Okay, if it was okay, then God would have put it in the Bible. He would have said,
If it
"Look,
was
look,
wrong,
look,
wait.
in
If
Genesis-
if it was wrong, then He would have put that in the Bible.
No. Listen, listen to me. Check it out. Are you listening, Parker?
No.
Oh my God, you gotta engage with me, because all right. So in the
I am
Bible, the
listening.
word of
I was
God
just
says,
messing with you.
oh, my bad, brother. So God says, "I will send the right helper for you." Do you have your Bible on you? Go to Genesis. It says, "The right helper for you." What is the right helper? That is the woman. It's not.
Wait,
It don't say nothing about a man.
Hold up.
If that
Wait.
was the case,
Right. Do you think God
Go ahead, Parker.
specifically, right, chooses people's significant others? And is that the right person
so
for
you
them?
choose others.
Is that the right person for them? Saying it's the right person for them does not indicate that they specifically had to be with a specific gender. It just indicates that that was the right individual for them.
No, it says the right one, which he was referring to the woman.
Yeah, so
He
the right
wasn't referring to
individual, the right
no,
individual. That does not
he-
mean that does not mean the right. That does not mean women specifically. It means that right individual for Adam.
No, because he was he was talking about, "I'll send the right one for you." Like it was the woman. After that,
Yeah, like
it's
that
talking about the
specific person.
woman.
No, not specifically in the fact that they're just a woman. That specific person.
No, that's not what that
Okay,
scripture
if he
says.
if he sent a
You have your
different
Bible on you?
so then if he sent a different woman other than Eve, would that make sense?
Yes, because it's still a woman,
No, because it is the
and it
case
was
that he
only two
specifically.
people. There was
No,
only
it
two.
was specific. The specific
No,
person was Eve, not any single woman in general. It was specifically Eve.
there was nobody else. There was nobody else on the earth though. So how could it be other woman? He was
We're talking about
a
possible
specific
people that
woman.
could have
He would've said-
existed. God's the one
There was
that
nobody
immaculately
existing.
conceived them. So God can immaculately conceive any woman in existence.
But there was no other woman at the time. So how can we do that? We can't play that. We can't play that game.
Dude,
How can we play that role?
I'm saying that God could have chose to pick a different person than the one he picked. Like it could have been instead of Adam,
Right.
it could have been Parker. God could have made me the first
Right.
person.
So you saying it could have been Parker and Adam? Is that
No,
what
it
you're
could. No, that's not what I said. I said instead of
It could've-
Adam.
it could have been.
I said instead of Adam, it could
Okay,
have been
instead-
Parker. I'm saying any man could have
Right.
been picked. Any woman could have been picked.
Right.
In that context,
Right.
right?
But it still would have been an opposite sex. It still would have never been a man and a man.
Well, technically, God could have made it the case that specifically people could, right, have children who are biologically male as well. That could have been the case that God could have created that as well. That was a choice he could have done.
But he didn't do it because that's not his plans. That was in the plans.
Wait. Okay, so then, do you think that specifically, actually, let's run back to like the points that are relevant. Let me get back. So you are essentially saying that Trump is a better candidate because you support him being, worse for the LGBTQ plus community.
I just stand on the firm how he's not letting that happen. Like that is his own religion in itself. That's his own thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? That whole community is its own religion. It's its own cult.
No, it's not. That makes no sense.
Yes, it is. Yes,
How is
it
it?
is.
How
They're
is
doing
the
the same.
Wait,
they're-
explain to me how the LGBTQ plus community is a cult.
Dude, they're doing the same thing as Christianity. They're over there.
Also,
they're
Christianity is a
bashing
cult.
people.
Did you just say Christianity is a cult?
No, that's what they say about us. I mean, I tell you this. Some
Wait, you
Christians are
just
part
said
of
you
a cult.
just said
No,
that
no, yeah,
you just
no,
said the
not-
LGBT. Wait, you just said the LGBTQ plus community was like a cult because it was like it was like Christianity. That's what you just said.
Right. No. Let me say this. Yeah, you're right. Like a lot of Christians are like cult, like in a cult. Like they act like they're in a cult.
Okay.
They're-
Christians are in a
they're-
cult.
they're-
Okay, interesting take you
Right.
got there. So
No,
wait,
I said
can you agree with
some.
me that
I said
Trump?
some.
So is Trump in a cult?
I don't know what he is.
I think he's
But
a
I
cult
just-
leader. I think he's a cult leader.
I mean, if to me, maybe what if the whole government is? We don't know. We honestly don't know. What
define
if
a
it's all,
cult.
just a group of people that practice stuff? That like
A group of
idolize
people
it
that
and
practice stuff. Okay. So
All right, well,
every
okay, well, explain it to
what?
me. Go ahead, explain it to me.
So
My
so
bad.
everyone's in
Hey,
a cult.
educate me. Okay, educate me. Educate me. I probably can't explain it how the way you can.
No, that's totally
you probably
fine.
know the definition.
That's totally fine, right? The way that I typically use the term cult is going to be people that are in a group that follow a certain set of ordinances or things to do, right? That will support that group no matter fucking what.
Okay, so you can't tell me that that community is not like that.
Yeah. So by the way, that's a very vague usage of a colloquial usage, right? There are more specific definitions of cults that are applicable in certain cases. But the way that we're generally using it in this context just means that someone is a part of a group that specifically they're going to follow the orders of that group without questioning, no matter fucking what. That's what we're saying. That's what we mean by like someone's in a cult when they are in a MAGA. Right? The MAGA cult led by Trump. Not saying every single person, right, in MAGA will do so, but it is the group in total that reinforces those narratives, right? That if there's questioning, that you're ostracized, right?
Yeah. No, I respect that, but I agree with you. Like I just respect them on that type of level, just the biblical point. Other than that, I don't really care for the man.
Okay, then let me ask you this question. Can you name one aspect of the Bible that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
I got to do my study on. I don't want to be too judgmental on her, but did she agree with the community?
The LGBTQ plus community. She is supportive of the LGBTQ plus community.
See, I can't.
Wait, where in the
I
Bible
can't.
does it say that you should not be in support of the LGBTQ plus community? In the Bible, it says love thy neighbor, and every single person that's in the LGBTQ plus community is one of your neighbors. So you actually commanded by your God to love them.
Parker, just because I speak against sin, that doesn't mean I don't love somebody. If I didn't love these people, then
So then you agree with me.
I would let.
Hold up. So you love gay people.
I do.
Do you love trans people?
The sin, I don't. I love everybody, but I don't love
Okay.
the sin that they
So
committed.
what sin? What sin specifically?
That goes against God. If you look in Sodom and Gomorrah, that's what they were doing. It was man on man, woman on woman. They were doing
No,
whatever
that was
they
not
were
the
doing.
connotation. Otherwise, then God would blow up the society we live
Yes,
in
it
right
was.
now. That was not
Yes,
the
it was.
connotation.
No, he's not. There's nothing new under the sun. He's given us time. It will. It's going to be another passage where he comes and do the same thing because the world, it's nothing new under the sun. It's going to happen again. And there's going to be another Sodom and Gomorrah. It's going to happen again. And that's why I said this generation, they don't care. They want to do what they want to do. We have no rules. We have no laws. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't agree with it, because we're not going to have no rules. Y'all agree. This generation agrees. Y'all can do whatever y'all want. Like,
We
if
don't
I
think
wanna
we can
love
do
a
whatever we
man-
want. Like, for example,
Y'all do.
right? We think if someone was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, they shouldn't be the president of the United States. Do you agree with me?
I agree, but Parker,
Okay, so then Trump shouldn't be president.
Parker, that's your country. That's what most people vote for. You can't.
Yeah, so
control
you
that.
agreed Trump shouldn't be president.
I'm not nobody to say he shouldn't. I don't know the man.
Wait, so then you agree that Trump should not be president. Do you agree with that statement?
Why? Because of what he did? What he did in the past?
Yeah, he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Do you think he should not be president because he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
Did he repent?
He
apologize?
actually said himself that he's never asked God for forgiveness.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, well then, so you agree that you would never support Trump for president?
How many terms he got left? This is it, right?
Well, this is it. But I mean, like, you're not going to support the MAGA ideology, right?
If he changes his life, if he repents and says sorry, then I will. If he turns to God and
Would you support Hitler if he turned to God?
he stopped doing what he did, if he continued to do what he did, then no. But if he stopped doing what he did, then I'll forgive him. Because we're supposed to forgive everybody, brother. That's what the Bible tells us. God can't forgive us until we forgive other people.
So you think Hitler should be forgiven?
Dude, if he really repented to God and he really he stopped it, then yes, I will forgive.
Okay.
I'll
So
forgive everybody.
would you forgive people a part of the LGBTQ plus community?
Would I forgive them?
Yes.
And what way? If they cause harm, they haven't.
Now you're asking in what
way?
way? Hold up. You didn't ask in what way with Hitler, but you asked in what way with the LGBTQ plus community? Holy shit, dude. This is crazy.
Parker, they're not coming. They're not look, Parker, they're not coming causing like physical harm, but they are causing a sinful harm. Does that
And
make
Hitler
sense?
didn't? Hello?
Hitler caused physical harm and both. He did both.
So then
But-
I'm confused.
but-
Why did you ask in what way when I referenced the LGBTQ plus community, but not when we
Because
referenced
they're not-
Hitler?
Right, because they're not doing physical harm like all that hurts. the G word. That hurts me. No, it's more of it's sin against God.
What
I
is this?
love the people. I love the people. Like they're amazing people. They're funny. They're good people. But the sin that they're doing is wrong, brother. It is, and you can't say, "Oh, God tells us not to judge." Well, guys, that's why you have the Book of Judges. You know what the Book of Judges is? God sent people to judge the nations.
Can you engage in righteous judgment?
I'm getting kind of used to all these big words. So
Can any human
kinda
engage
explain
in
it.
righteous
Right.
judgment? Or actually, do you agree with the statement that only God can engage in righteous judgment?
Well, we supposed to hold our brothers accountable, our brothers and sisters accountable. So if I see you doing something wrong, I'm supposed to be like, "Hey, Parker, don't do that. That is
Okay,
wrong."
I have a question.
But I
Then. How
can't
about
say,
this?
"Hey,
How about
Parker."
this? Do you think adultery should be
Go ahead.
illegal?
Do I think adultery should be illegal? I mean, I kind of be, I kind of. That's a tough question. Do I think adultery should be illegal? Like, what would be the punishment? I gotta hear the punishment. What would be the punishment?
Prison.
Matter of fact, yo, Parker. What? Go ahead. You said
Prison.
prison? I mean, I think it would be a good punishment, but
Okay, so adulterers should go to prison. So Trump should go to prison.
that's tough. That's a good question, Parker. I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. That you got me thinking, Parker. You got me thinking. You got me thinking. That's tough. He cheated on his wife?
He's cheated on every single one of his wives. He cheated on his current wife while she was pregnant.
Hmm. That's tough, man.
So it's tough
I wouldn't
whenever
be
it's
a bad-
Trump, but not whenever it's anyone else. You said other people should go to prison, but if Trump's done it, no, maybe he shouldn't go to prison. Do you see what I mean? Like the
Well, would
standards
that
you apply
include
to
all-
everyone else apparently don't apply to Trump.
But wait, would that include all men or just Trump? That I guess I should have asked you that.
It
If
would
it's
include
all men,
every
then-
single person who's cheated.
I mean, that would be a pretty cool, like a cool punishment. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
that
so
would be
Trump
kinda-
should be in prison, right?
If it was a law, then yeah, but that's not a law.
You
That's
think
not a
there
rule.
should be a law that puts Trump in prison?
No, everybody that commits adultery, that would be a good, like,
I have a
life
question. How about
changer.
this? Would you ever vote for a presidential candidate that sexualized their own daughter?
What do you say?
Would you ever vote for a presidential candidate that sexualized their own daughter?
See, this is where I go to, man. We all have flaws, though. Like, we all did something, bro. You probably lusted
Really?
many times.
I mean, do you
Parker-
sexualize? Do you
Parker-
sexualize your daughter?
No, but I'm saying you do.
Would you
have
would you
people
be
out there-
okay with like your
Parker,
dad
but this is-
sexualizing your sister?
But no, but Parker, but this is where it comes to what if? Okay, so what if that? Okay, so we make it okay, and I'm not justifying. Just hear me out. I'm not justifying this is okay, but what if somebody does like that? But it's okay to like a man. It's okay to like another man. So what if somebody is dealing with that? Does that make that not? Does that make that right? Because
What?
it's okay to that. Okay, so listen to hear me out on this. So it's right for me. It's okay that you saying it's okay for a man to like a man, and then you say it's okay for a girl to like a girl. But what if that person is dealing with they like, little girls? Would that make that okay?
No, because that's a child.
Okay,
What?
so that's what I'm saying. So it goes back to
Yeah,
it
so
goes-
for
okay,
example,
but
would you
wait,
ever
so
vote
what
for a
standard
candidate
is
that went up to a 10-year-old girl and said they'd be dating them in 10 years?
I would not do that.
You wouldn't? You wouldn't vote for that guy? So Donald Trump did that.
I wouldn't do that.
But Donald Trump did. Would you vote for the guy that did that?
I didn't vote for Trump. You said, why do I support him?
Wait, no, I asked if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for? And you said Donald Trump. So if you could go back in time, would you still vote for Donald Trump?
I told you the only reason why I would vote for him.
So you would vote for someone.
Okay,
so
hold
you would
on.
vote for
But
someone
Parker,
that sexualizes their daughter, said they would date a
Parker,
10-year-old girl in 10 years, was held civilly
Parker.
liable of sexual abuse.
Parker, cast the first stone. If you were without sin, cast the first stone.
Oh wait, okay.
You've done stuff that
Now
we-
no one other than
Parker,
God.
Parker.
So now no one other than God can cast rightful and just judgment
Parker.
or judgment. Therefore, you
Parker.
can't be judging gay people.
I can. I'm judging.
No, you
against your
can't,
sin.
because you are a sinner.
Yes, I can.
You're a sinner. Who are you
Huh?
to cast stones
But if-
against someone else
but
who
no.
sinned when you
No,
yourself
you're-
has
you're-
sinned?
But you're doing out of the way. You're not trying to forgive him. You're trying to tell me not to forgive him.
Yeah,
I
you
told you
shouldn't
I
forgive
forgive him.
rapists.
Why shouldn't you?
What?
That's where that scripture comes in.
Wait,
Why
wait.
shouldn't I
Do
forgive
you
them?
think that you should forgive pedophiles?
Dude, you should forgive everybody, bro. If they come to true repentance, bro.
Okay, bro. I genuinely disagree with that, and that's why we throw people in prison for life, right? We think that people who are pedophiles who have raped children are not redeemable, and that's why we throw them in prison for the rest of their lives. Okay. That's my perspective on the matter. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. Can I thank a few people and then we can go into our conversation? Brooke, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Brooke. Thank you. Lucas, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Casey, thank you for the $5. Kunter W's for Casey in the comment section. Kathy with the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let me catch up on YouTube real quick, and then let me go over to my we'll go into the conversation. Sienna, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Sadie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Sadie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sadie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jennifer, thank you for the $2. Nair, thank you so much for the $2. Hollyberry, thank you for the $5. Kathleen, thank you for the $10. Carolina, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Carolina again with the $5. Hollyberry, thank you for the $2. Ray, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Ryan with the £2. Andy, thank you for the $5. Coffee, thank you for the $2. Thank you. KM, thank you for the membership subscription. And 9 Lives, thank you for the $3. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I like that he got rid of or is trying to get rid of the Department of Education.
You think he's trying to get rid of the
That's one.
Department of Education?
Well, I think he did.
So, do you think that's a good thing, or?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, why?
Because we have had no luck with. Sorry, I got a headphone in my ear, so I got.
I love the poorly educated, I tell you that.
There we go. All right. Yeah, so we have, since the 70s, the Department of Education has been taking money from multiple places and throughout the entire country, all taxpayers, and it hasn't done any good.
Okay, so the Department of Education instills and maintains educational standards, right, for students across the entire United States. It maintains a federal standpoint where there's a certain level of educational rights. The idea that it hasn't helped out students is actually very ridiculous. Can you tell me one aspect of the Department of Education that you would like to get rid of? Like, in specific?
Most of the administrative.
Okay, like what?
Most of the like the DEI policies,
Such as?
Such as the things that he's gotten rid of.
Such as?
DEI.
Such as?
People who don't deserve to be there, that don't have the
Wait,
qualifications.
so what DEI policy in relation to the Department of Education?
Have you heard of DEI?
Yes, I have. Now, can you tell me what specific DEI policy in relation to the Department of Education that Donald Trump got rid of that you support?
It's literally called DEI.
The policy itself is not just called DEI.
Yes, no, they actually call this in those certain subsets in these colleges. You can look it up right now.
Okay, so what was the...
Go ahead.
Give me the idea of the
I'll
policy.
wait.
What did the policy
I'll
do?
wait.
No, just tell me, what did the policy do? What did the DEI policy do? Because, by the way, it's DEIA, like the chat is saying. But what
Oh.
specific DEI policy?
Sorry.
Right, you're not telling us. Like, what did it do? What did that policy do?
It said that you can't discriminate between people of certain classes.
What? And by the way, you want
Yeah.
there to be discrimination? So he's advocating
No,
to bring
that-
back discrimination. That's what he just said. He wants to bring back discrimination on the basis of class. Not only is
That's
that
what
not
he got rid of.
what you think he got
That's
rid
what
of
he got
discrimination?
rid of.
So you think he got rid of
Yes.
discrimination? Okay,
Yes.
what discrimination?
Well, I mean, do you want to go to Harvard? Do you want to go to United Airlines? Do you want to go to? I mean,
Tell me the
affirmative,
tell me the
like-
discrimination in relation to the fucking Department of Education that Donald Trump got rid of.
Well, let's go to Harvard. I mean, Charlie Kirk got,
Tell me how the Department of Education applies to Harvard.
Are you really like not understanding how I'm?
Yeah, you
trying
brought up
not
Harvard
to-
and United Airlines. What the fuck does that have to do with the Department of Education?
Okay, well, so we were talking about DEI, not
Yeah, in the Department of
Harvard at that
Education. I said, what DEI within the Department of Education do you disagree with? Because we were talking about the Department of Education, okay? So you brought up Harvard, which is a private university and a college. That has nothing to do with
who
the
gets
Department of
grants.
Education.
And are you kidding? Are you?
No, I'm
kidding?
not. Are you?
Do you know how much subsidies and grants that they get? Do you know how much money they are sitting on from taxpayers?
From the
Go
Department of
ahead.
Education?
Yeah, please look it up.
No, what money do they
Please
get from the Department of Education?
do you do realize the Department of Education is a federal and national thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously it would be in the Department of Education, right?
So what DEI policy was the Department of Education
Read it to
funding?
me.
No, you tell me. I literally, I'm looking it up right now. I don't see it.
You don't? Well, I can. I just have my phone right now, so.
I do see
But-
that they get money from a Department of. So here, you're right with this Department of Education federal work study
no.
program. That's a federal work study program that has nothing to do with DEI.
Oh no. That's a federal work study program. And
Yes.
Harvard has also admitted to DEI programs.
Okay.
Like they
so
had a
what
lawsuit
DEI
against
program is
this.
supported by the federal government?
Look up Harvard lawsuit DEI. We're gonna go through step by step.
Yeah, you're talking about affirmative action, which was shot down by the Supreme Court.
Yeah,
That was not funded specifically by the Department of Education. And also, by the way, that's been shot down. So, like, I don't know what you're talking about. That was not shut down by Trump. That was
No,
shut down by the
no.
Supreme Court.
That was not shot down. That was they got. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, affirmative action was shot down by the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what did
they had
so
to
Trump
stop.
didn't do anything to do this?
What?
Yeah, Trump didn't do anything to get rid of affirmative action. Affirmative action was taken down by the Supreme Court.
Okay, and DEI is a subset of affirmative action.
Oh my God. If affirmative action isn't here anymore, do you think that what DEI policy did Trump get rid of? You're talking about, you're conflating affirmative action with
Transgenders
DEI.
and transgenders in sports.
Transgender people. And by the way, again, the Department of Education did not fund
Transgenders in sports, not
So,
transgender people. He's not trying to get rid of
Transgender people, don't say that. And then secondly, in terms of this, like they're people. So secondly, in terms of this, what funding did the Department of Education give to Harvard specifically for putting trans people in sports? Like, I'm sorry, what are you talking about? What is this guy saying, bro? Unmute your microphone, man.
Yeah, you can look that up too. Please do.
Maybe you need to look it up. CK, thank you for the feature.
No,
Thank you.
I can't. Like,
Yes, you can.
I can't.
Yes, you can. You can literally look it up.
I'm on one phone. Sorry,
Push the CK.
I'm broke.
You can
I
swipe
got-
it. Dude, you can swipe out of the app and you can look things up while you're on TikTok. It's not going to kick you out of TikTok. I won't be able to hear you, but it won't kick you out of TikTok. And also then, why would you support Trump who increased the consumer products of the fucking products you're going to buy? You voted for policy that disenfranchises
didn't.
yourself.
Everything I have at my house has gone down. My groceries. I mean, I'm a disabled veteran, and
Groceries have gone up in prices.
He's-
Push the money gun.
Huh?
Groceries have gone up in prices.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
You're wrong.
Yes,
You're
they
wrong.
have.
Vegetables.
Yes, they have.
There are certain vegetables that have certain
No,
vegetables.
no. Groceries as a whole.
Yeah, no.
Yes, they
Milk
have.
has gone down. Eggs
Groceries
gone down.
as a whole. You want me to show you?
Nope. Okay, you can say groceries as a whole when you're saying like the entire global grocery. Yeah.
No, in the U.S.
But yeah, so let's look up what the main things people eat.
You can find it from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yep.
So there's in the last 12 months 3.2%. In the last 12 months 3.2%.
3.2% what?
Inflation on groceries.
Oh, well, real wages also went down $1 too, so
What, dude? I just told you inflation went up by 3.2% in relation to groceries
Yeah.
in the past year. You
You're-
said grocery prices have gone down. No, they have not.
you're actually wrong. Real wages have actually gone up.
Lower than what they were
Inflation,
going prior.
Went from 3.1 to 2.9%.
Inflation did not go from 3.1 to 2.9%. It went from 2.7 to 2.9%.
3.1 to 2.
That was in the past overall months. Like, if you want to talk about the lowest point under the Trump administration, it was 2.3%, and it's gone up since there. That was in April of 2025, right? Since he imposed the Liberation Day tariffs in April, right, it's gone from 2.3% to 2.9%, right? And then this is grocery prices. Grocery prices, food and whatnot, has gone up by 3.2% in the past 12 months. So, again, you just said groceries have gone down in price. Wrong. Like, I'm giving you information from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Can we put the W's for Chelsea in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Chelsea. W's for Chelsea in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Do give him a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people.
Yeah, the price of milk is down. You're just wrong about this. Just yeah, you can look it up.
No, I already looked it up from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and it indicates you're wrong. I'm not wrong. Where did you get your source from? That prices have gone down.
The global market.
Wait, the global. We're looking at in the U.S. and the global market of prices of food has gone up.
Yes, and yes, go ahead, do it.
Hollow
do
Berry,
it.
thank you for the
Just
10
look it
member
up.
subscriptions. Thank you. Yeah, the price of
ahead.
groceries in
Just
the U.S. has
please.
gone up by 3.2% in the past 12 months.
Wait, look up milk in particular.
Why just milk?
Well, here we're gonna go step by step.
No, we look at the overall for groceries. Why the fuck would we just look at milk?
Because overall for groceries combines luxury items like wine.
What? No, it involves the entire on average. And you can also, by the way, why would you just
like
look at
wine
wine?
and alcohol?
Well, okay, you want me to look at dairy? I mean, by the way, alcohol is not the main cause of grocery inflation. Come on.
You want?
Yes, I think that's not the case. You're being ridiculous.
Okay. How much is Catalina Island?
Milk is 2.1%.
And it's gone down.
No, that means it's gone up. Inflation means it's increased.
No, it has gone down.
Inflation means
If
it's
you-
increased.
Oh my god. All right.
Inflation means the rate of increase in prices.
What are you talking? So you're saying that it's cheaper, but it is more expensive because of what?
I never said it was cheaper. It's more expensive.
It is cheaper.
No, it's not. It is
Okay.
literally more
Well-
expensive.
Apparently I'm looking at something different. So I'll try and look up some more things and yeah.
Yes, for example, this is from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. And by the end of the Biden administration, it was $4.02. Now it's $4.20. $4.17. And that's average price milk, fresh, whole, fortified, cost per gallon, 3.8 liters in the U.S. city average. So prices have gone up for milk. You said that they've gone down. Nope, they've gone up. Brooke, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Brooke in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Brooke. I really appreciate it. As well as Kim with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Kim in the comment section right
Okay,
now?
yeah,
Thank you so much,
from-
Kim. W's for Kim for the $50. Thank you so much. And Brooke with the $20. Thank you so much. And Ari, thank you for the $10. And Casey, thank you for the $5.
Yeah, sorry. It's from the USDA.
That's your source?
United States Dairy Association.
And what's the title?
USDA.
What's the title?
Milk prices
Okay.
in this quarter.
Okay, let's look at the USDA milk prices. Where'd you get that it reduced? Milk prices. Yeah, where'd you see that it reduced? Dollars per CWT. It's gone up. Like, for example, in March, it was $9.78. I mean, this is really confusing to read, I guess. This is why I look
Oh,
at
no, it's
the Bureau of
really
Labor
not.
Statistics. It really is. Because I don't know
It's
which...
really not.
Wait, here's for non-fat solids, butter fat. I mean, they're all for different ones, so I... Which one are you looking at? Which one do you think went down in price?
The dairy, milk.
Milk as a whole? None of these are just milk as a whole.
No, the milk in particular was one. That was...
By the way, the USDA doesn't show that on the recent source they just posted. What did you look at?
What?
Yeah, what did you look at, bro? And why are we just looking at milk, bro? Jesus Christ, dude. Do you only go to the store and get milk? He goes
No,
to the
because
store and he
you-
comes back with like an entire fucking tray of milk. And that's it.
Well,
Just milk.
if you're wrong about one thing, then like
I'm not.
let's
I'm not
move
wrong.
on
I
to
showed
the
you
next.
the St. Louis Federal Reserve indicates prices have gone up. And this is from the Bureau
Eggs
of
are
Labor
down.
Statistics.
You can go to that too.
So do you think the Bureau of Labor Statistics under the Trump administration is causing the prices of milk to be distorted?
I think that the Federal Reserve is causing inflation to rise.
Really? The Federal Reserve? So if you think the Federal Reserve is causing inflation to rise, what are they doing to cause inflation to rise?
By not, so they should be doing what is allocated by the market.
What the fuck does that mean? What did the Federal Reserve do to cause inflation?
Well, they're not going down on interest rates.
They did.
For
They actually
one.
just recently reduced interest rates. And by the way, that would put upward pressure on prices if you didn't know.
That
Reducing interest rates puts upward pressure on prices.
Okay. Well, I need to do more research, so yeah. I appreciate it.
For sure.
Have a good night.
You as well. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yeah, I haven't agreed with a statement. More tonight. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I mean, honestly, I'd still go Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2008.
Okay. 2008, you'd be 17, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my God, Parker, I'm gonna cry. I love you.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Again, if you're on YouTube, everybody hit that thumbs up. It will help get it out to more people. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I think I have another about, like an hour and 20 minutes or so left on the live, everyone. Just letting everyone know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Carolina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Stasia, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you. I do every once in a while. It's not like super common. It kind of just depends on whenever I have time. I'll do Q&As every once in a while. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 25 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would still support Trump, but to be honest, I do think that there are. I'm sorry, I might have a hard time processing stuff because I'm autistic, but I there are some stuff that I disagree upon, like the way he is dealing with the immigration things, with deporting them and putting them in camps, and some of the stuff that he is doing. I think that there needs to be a better way of doing things. Yes, I think that there are good and bad things about him, but I think that the political parties of both the Democrats and the Republicans need to come together. I mean, that's personally, even though I'm a MAGA or Republican, I do think that there needs to be a better way for us to come together and try to find a way to do things better.
I think the best way for us to come together is to put away people like Donald Trump from the political scene, because I think that he causes massive levels of division, and he causes us not to come together. I think that when he specifically undermines the integrity of our democracy, our rule of law, our constitutionally protected rights, right, and other fundamental values of America, I think that he pulls us away from each other. I think that when he denies facts and evidence and science-based reasoning, I think that pulls us further away from each other. I think Donald Trump, practically within almost everything that he does, right, he pulls us away from each other. So how could you say that you want to pull the country together while simultaneously supporting someone like Donald Trump?
I don't know. For me, I just feel like that, like, even though there are flaws in a person, like, a person can get better with the way that they run the country over time and the way they see value and moral and things. Like, they don't have to be, like, totally, like, there are things, like, that they can do wrong, but if they choose to do the right thing and, like, certain policies, and if they change things and see things a different way, like, maybe, like, he could get together with a bunch of Democrats and see, like, okay, like this is how we want to do things in the future, and then like try to get to that point. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like there has to be like a point where like we just need to put aside our differences and see like a common ground instead of us going after liberals, us going after conservatives, and just like going after one another. I just feel like there's this war between us and it won't stop, and we're just completely like battling each other all the time. And I think that when it comes to like immigration, when it comes to LGBTQ, I mean, I believe that, like people can have their differences, but I think it's gotten to the point where like even now, like we can't even discuss it because people just get so nasty with one another. I mean, that's just my opinion, but.
So I think that Trump has got more divisive since he became president. I don't think that he has shown that he's changed or become less divisive over time. I think that he's the main cause of the divisiveness within our society right now. You could say that there are people on the left that cause divisiveness, and that's true to some extent, but I think it's significantly less prevalent, especially within the political field. Like Biden-Harris were significantly less divisive than Donald Trump. It's not even close.
I mean, there are some things that, I mean, I do disagree about, and a lot of people will say, oh, like, this is like, I think this is right and this is okay. But to me, I don't think it's right. As someone who is a Christian, I don't believe abortion is right. And I think that, I mean, there are exceptions to it. Like if it's incest, there's three of them. It's incest that Donald Trump said. I think it was like rape and
life of the mother. So
life of the
one
mother.
is that his policy doesn't actually ingrain any of these exceptions into law on a federal standpoint. So certain states can restrict people's access to abortion in those circumstances. And then secondly, there's nowhere in the Bible that says that abortion should be illegal. So being a Christian doesn't mean that you have to believe that abortion should be illegal. You can think that that abortion is wrong while simultaneously thinking that abortion should be legal and that people should be able to get access to it.
I just don't think it's right because I believe it's killing the human inside of your belly when you are, it's a human growing inside of you. And I personally, with my Christian beliefs, I believe that it is a human life and you are killing a human life. That is just my stance on that.
So you can say you disagree with it, but it should be legal, correct? Like people
Yes,
should
I
be
believe
able to
that
get
it
access
should
to
be
it?
legal. Yes, but I believe there should be like, if it's in like circumstances where it has to be done, like if it's an emergency, if like a woman is dying.
No, I meant like in elective circumstances, should it be legal? Like you could say you disagree with it, but people legally should be able to get access to it. They shouldn't be like by the law enforced to follow your certain Christian values. Like, you don't think cheating should be illegal. You don't think premarital sex should be illegal. You don't think so many other sins should be illegal. Why do you think that you should be able to enforce your religious views on the rest of the people who do not believe in those specific religious views within our society? I believe in a secular society. The Constitution outlaws religious freedom, and I do not think that we have religious freedom if you utilize your religion to say that other people should not have the rights to control their bodies in the way that they would like to, based upon their
I
belief
don't.
system.
I mean, just for me, I believe that when you have certain beliefs about like cheating and stuff like that, like in my opinion, like every sin that you do is wrong, and I believe that when you're doing it, like, of course it's going to be like wrong in the eyes of God, and we're here to try to steer, and a lot of people are going to think it's stupid, but I personally believe that we're here to steer people in the right direction to come to Christ and to follow him and to try to be more like him, and that is to try to, you know, be like him every day in the acts of goodness that we do.
Okay,
Like,
so I have a question. Allowing abortion to occur, is that wrong?
I think it's wrong. Yeah.
Okay, so
I
God
can't.
allows for abortions to occur. Is God doing something wrong?
Well, God doesn't allow abortions to occur.
He does.
He,
Yes, he does.
he,
Abortions occur within our
the
reality,
person,
and
the
God allows
person,
people to have the free will to do so. God gives
the
people free will,
person,
and they can use
I
their
know,
free
but
will
the
to do
person
that.
has the choice. It's a choice. And the person is choosing to do that.
Exactly.
It's not God doing it, it's the person's choice.
I know. That's why I said he allowed people to do it. I never said God chose to do that. I said God chose to allow people to choose to do so. Okay? So allowing people to choose to do so, allowing people their choice, is not wrong because it's not wrong for God to do so. So if you're saying we should be like God, well, if God doesn't restrict people from getting access to abortion, then why should we?
So you're saying, can you just say that one more time?
Yeah. If God doesn't restrict people from getting access to abortion, why should we?
Well, I mean, in my personal belief, in like I said, and in God's eyes, it's wrong.
Okay, but God allows for things that are wrong to occur, and that's perfect for God to do that. So wouldn't it be perfect for us to allow for people to get access to an abortion and allow them to have that free will and choice?
Well, things happen in this world because of sin. That's why things happen in this world. It's not because God allows it to happen. Yes, but it is the result of sin in this world and Satan and what he is trying to do to people in this world. Satan is trying to control this world, and he is trying to put bad things in this world. I'm not saying that everyone is like perfect and like they shouldn't, like, or whatever. Like, I'm trying to say, like, everyone is accountable to God. Even Donald Trump, like, he's not perfect. I'm not saying like he is. Like, he's done things. He's probably not the best person. I'm not saying that, like, I voted for him and I do have some of the same values as him, but as a person, I do think that he needs to do better morally and the way he believes stuff, because yes, I do think that he may, I don't think that he is honestly being a Christian that he should be. And after I voted for him, I saw some of the stuff that he did, and I honestly, it kind of bothered me, but it doesn't mean that I don't like him as a president anymore. I just, some of the things are a little bit skeptical, you know, like he could do things a better way.
What denomination are you?
I'm evangelical.
Okay. So I guess, like, why does Donald Trump align with your views more than Kamala Harris? Because to me, I would say that Donald Trump has a significantly worse character and his policy significantly worse. I mean, for example, his Big Beautiful Bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month in this country. So, like, I mean, is that pro-life? Is that supporting like our communities and our families? Because to me, that sounds like it's not.
Yeah, like I said, there are some things that I don't agree with. Like, I don't agree with that, but I do believe in some of his immigration laws. Like, I believe that people who are not born here, you know, shouldn't be, I'm sorry, I didn't word that right. People who are born here or who have been legally citizenized in America that have come over should stay in America. But I believe that, like people who are like immigrants, illegal immigrants. I don't believe that they should be staying in this country. Only reason why I'm saying this is because I was adopted, and when I was adopted into this country, I'm originally from Romania. I was legalized into the system legally, and I don't believe that these illegal immigrants should just be coming to this country, taking our like money, taking our jobs, just being in this country without any kind of legal means. I just feel like that's wrong because I had to do it legally, so I feel like they should. That's just me.
Okay, so undocumented immigrants are not taking our jobs or money. They're actually adding to our economy like everyone else, right? So they add demand and supply to our system. They pay taxes. Undocumented immigrants paid over $100 billion in taxes in 2022, for example, right? And they would pay more in taxes if we gave them a pathway to citizenship. So they're not taking our money or they're not taking our jobs. If anything, they're giving us more money and they're giving us more jobs in our society because our economy becomes larger when there's more people within it. So, like, I actually don't think that, like, there's any good argument for saying that. And anyone's in the country who's undocumented, who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe that we should give them a pathway to citizenship because our legal processes, if they actually ran quick enough, they wouldn't have restricted them from coming into the country anyway. So why not vet them to a greater extent, provide them a pathway to citizenship, and treat them, right, like native-born citizens in the country, not like foreigners, as Leviticus literally tells you to. Leviticus 1934... Leviticus 19:34, God literally tells believers to treat foreigners as native-born individuals.
Yes, I guess there is a good point to that, but what I am trying to say is that I believe that people who are maybe like it's not every like migrant, and I didn't maybe word this right, but not every, like, I feel like that there are some illegal immigrants that should be in this country, but they should be brought in the right way, or maybe Trump should do something different instead of like putting them away. Like maybe he should be putting them in like housing or trying to find a way for a system to be made that these illegal immigrants can come in more safely. But I do believe that the violent immigrants that come into this country, they're the ones that should get out because there are violent.
Wait, so we actually don't disagree with you here. People who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, they should be deported from the country. If someone was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, I would want them to be deported from my country.
Yeah.
So, like, I have a question. Like, if someone was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, would you let them legally enter the country? No, right?
No.
No, right? So then why would you let them enter the Oval Office?
Yeah, I kind of conflict with that because I don't like that he did that, but I can't speak for him. Like I don't think it's right, and like I said, I don't believe that everything he does is right, and like I like I said, I can't speak on like I did that was horrible. Like I agree that was horrible, but I also don't know, like, because the government and everyone can be spinning all these different scenarios and all these different like theories around about it, and like we don't know, we don't know exactly what's going on.
Okay, so like typically we would say that there would be more qualifications to become president of the United States than to become a legal citizen through the context of immigration. Right? So if there should be more qualifications of becoming president than a legal immigrant, well then if you're saying someone should not be allowed to become a legal immigrant because of a certain thing, well then that certain thing should also be applied to the president, right? Like if they specifically have that characteristic, they should not allowed to be president, right? They don't meet that set of qualifications.
I think that since he is a legal citizen, like I don't know how to explain it. Like he is a legal citizen, so it makes it different, but it doesn't make it good either. Like
just think about it this way. If he were an immigrant and he were trying to come to our country, we wouldn't allow him to legally be in our country. But if he were a citizen and he were running for president, you would vote for him?
You do make a good point. I admit that. That is a good point. So, thank you for educating me a little on that.
Of course, I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
It kind of saw a little bit different perspective on that.
Well, that's good. That's good. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. You have a good day.
Have a great day as well. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Dan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, it is super, super important. Of course, it's, it's very similar things over and over again, but it's very important. It's like, teaching, teachers do things that are very redundant over and over again, but it's very important. Or like if you're playing Minecraft, you got to farm wood in order to be able to build a house, and it can become redundant to farm or to build, and to do all the things that you've done multiple times before, but it's a necessary fundamental aspect of reality to be able to get what you want to do done. What's up? How old are you?
Parker, please debate me. I'm not a troll.
Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. What's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support YouTube, support over YouTube Super Chat in the pinned comment on my YouTube. What's up? How old are you?
Hey, 46.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, why so?
Man, a variety of reasons. I got on the other night with you and you had to cut me off because I used the F word for the leading cause of death of people under 40 in the United States.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you used the F drug. Okay, yeah. You can move on and continue on from that point if you'd like to.
All right. Well, myself, I've had family members that's died of it. We're losing 50 to 70,000 people a year to that drug, and to me, I think Trump's doing a great job. I mean, he's securing the borders, he's stopping the boats that's coming over, and I think it's saving lives.
Okay, a few things here. The boats that you're talking about, there's no evidence that they were drug boats. There was no evidence that they had any type of F drug on them.
Okay, but at the same token, once we elect our representatives, the U.S. military has a certain amount of trust. Every time they sling a missile, they don't have to show us evidence. I mean, think about that. When we go to war, are they going to have a trial for everybody that they sling a missile at? No.
We're not at war. There's no international. We have no control over in international waters such as that. If it was the case that they had DRUGS and they were trying to come to our country, we would arrest them once they get into our waters. The fact that we didn't arrest them and we extrajudicially, without due process, just murdered them, not in the context of a war, not only is committing international crimes in the United States, and also putting us at threat of war with Venezuela, but it's also killing people where there's not enough evidence to indicate that they even committed the crime they said that they committed. And even if they did commit that crime, it's not deserving of the death penalty. Again, we're not at war. We never declared war. I must have missed that if we did.
Well, we hadn't declared war since 1942 in this country. And World War II was the last time Congress has declared war on anybody. But so by your logic, you're saying that Obama is a war criminal then? I mean, as many people as he killed with drones, including an American citizen that he took out with drones, where was their due process?
Wait, restate that, sorry.
As many people as Obama took out with drone strikes, including one American, now I think it's actually 3 American citizens.
That one American citizen was involved with a terrorist organization. There was evidence indicating that they were involved with a terrorist organization. Plus, I don't agree with most of the drone strikes under the context of the Obama administration. I'm not pro-war, right? But that was in the context of wartime scenarios like you were bringing up prior. Whereas specifically, Donald Trump, we aren't at war with Venezuela. This is in international waters. There's no specific goal or military objective, right? They literally just bombed boats of fishermen. Of innocent people without any evidence that they were guilty.
Well, no. The president of the United States declared that we were at war with the drug lords, the Venezuelan cartel. He pretty much said that. So, what's the difference in him saying it?
So
and
we are
Obama
at war.
saying it?
So we are at war. He
We
declared
have
war.
declared.
Congress didn't say this. Do you think Trump can just declare war himself?
No, I didn't say that he declared war. That's an act of Congress, which was last done in 1942. So every president since then has done military
There has been
operations.
declaration of war by Congress since 1942.
You sure about that?
Yes.
When?
I'll give you all of the different examples because I know that there's more than one. I'll get it from the
Yeah.
Senate.
According to my Google searches, 1942 was the last declaration of war by Congress.
Oh, well, you know what? From the U.S. Senate, it actually does say that. I don't think you're wrong on that.
Yeah, well,
I mean, I'm pretty sure Congress had some type of proclamations with other ones, but yeah, it says from the U.S. Senate in terms of a declaration of war, at least from Congress. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, and to be fair, even though I wasn't a fan of Obama's, we elected him president. So we've got to give our military and our commander-in-chief a certain amount of judgment. If they feel like they have the evidence to make a military strike, I have to trust my government on that. And trust me, I'm not one to trust government a whole lot. But I don't think Obama just went out target practicing on people. I think he probably had a good reason, just like I think Trump's probably got a really good reason. And I'm sure there's evidence to back it up that we're not seeing because we're not entitled to see it. The military don't have to show us every single thing they do. It's not. That's not how it works.
If they just kill people, specifically like in international waters, right? When there's no evidence. By the way, they didn't show any evidence. There was no evidence of this. They didn't even indicate to other officials that there was evidence. Okay, that is an issue. If you don't think it's an issue that they just extrajudicially, without due process, murdered people when we're not at war, right, in international waters with no evidence that they committed any type of crime or even were a part of the cartel, then why would you specifically say that they should have been drone striked? Like, that's actually nuts. You're actually literally advocating for those people to have been murdered.
I'm advocating if our U.S. military has reason to believe that they are hauling the drugs that are killing half our population out.
It's not half the population.
Well, not half. Okay, 50 to 70,000 people a year below the age of 40.
Wait, so then do you think drug dealers deserve the death penalty?
No, not necessarily.
That's what you just argued. You just argued because they were trying to deal drugs that they should receive the death penalty.
I think, yeah, in massive amounts, to where you can kill out 20, 30,000 people in one lick.
So then you would have to justify that they had that certain amount.
Okay, well, and I mean, according to Trump and the U.S. military, apparently they do.
Okay, so then, for example, if they did that specifically in the context of the United States, they just started drone striking people that they thought might have F-drug, would you be okay with that?
No, Obama's the only one that's drone struck.
No,
American
I'm asking you,
citizens.
within the United States, if they started
You're
drone
going
striking, no,
hypothetical.
hold up, answer this question. If they started drone striking people within the United States, right, that possibly might have F-drug, right, would that be justified under your worldview?
No, you're going
No?
to a hypothetical.
Okay, so then, wait, so then why is it justified when they're in international waters, but if they're within the country, then it's not okay?
Okay, well then why was it justified for Obama to drone strike an American citizen and thousands of other people that was in other countries?
I already told you I disagree with most of the drone strikes you're talking about, but the specific one you're talking about, the U.S. citizen, that person was involved with a terrorist organization. Do you agree?
How do you know that?
Because there was evidence.
Okay, and according to Trump, there's evidence that
No, there's not.
that there's
There
drugs on
actually
it.
isn't even evidence according to them. What was the evidence?
So you're saying Trump's just out target practicing fishing boats?
Yes, literally.
Not at all. Not at all.
So then provide any
just
evidence.
just like Obama wasn't just target practicing on
Because there
an
actually
American
was
citizen.
there actually was evidence.
Okay, and I'm saying there actually is evidence that it's drug cartel that's coming across.
What was the evidence?
I imagine our intelligence. I mean, you're not giving our intelligence
the intelligence the intelligence reports didn't say and there was any evidence.
and so they showed you that. No, they don't have to. They don't have to show you that. Why would they? I mean, that's just like if we do some strikes anywhere in the world, they're not going to sit there and have due process. They're not going to have a trial for everybody that they sling a missile at. That's just not how it works.
Yeah, so you shouldn't have even been throwing missiles if, say, they were bringing drugs to the country. Let's say that's true. You arrest them when they get to U.S. waters. Why would you drone strike them? Seriously, just think about it. Why?
Well, a lot of it's a deterrent. I mean, how many people's going to want to haul drugs across?
So,
Yeah.
by the way, the death penalty does not act as a deterrent. It's not a good deterrent. If you actually look at, there are plenty of studies on the death penalty indicating that it's not a method for deterrence.
I'd have to disagree with that.
Well, there are studies indicating that you're wrong. So your feelings can say whatever, but the facts don't care about your feelings.
Okay, and I'm sure I can find plenty of studies where it does show that it's a deterrent for some people.
Go ahead. Provide one source.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, we can move on to the next topic. One thing I did want to touch base with you on is abortion. I know I'm changing the subject.
I genuinely would like, I would actually like for you to like look up a source if you'd like to. Appreciate you're amazing. Like genuinely, like I.
Okay, well, I'll say this. Okay, I'm not fixing to Google a bunch of stuff right now, but I will say this, that I do agree with the death penalty. I think that if a school shooter comes in and shoots up a school, yeah, I think he needs to get what's coming to him. I mean,
we were talking about for drug dealers, but here, let me ask you this question: do you think that violent sex offenders should get the death penalty?
Violent sex offenders?
Yep.
And repeat sex offenders? Yes, I do.
So no, but one time, violent sex offenders. Do you think that they should be given the death penalty?
For the first offense, I would say no.
Okay, so then wait, why were you saying that someone's first offense in terms of bringing F drug to the country, they should get the death penalty and should be drone striked, but someone who commits a violent sex offense should not be given the death penalty?
Well, I would say it because what's happening in our country is a threat to our national security. There's 50 to 70 million or 1,000 people dying a year. I mean, that's of course, school shootings and gun violence.
I'm sorry.
All
Do you think
that's
that?
horrible.
Do you think that people don't die because of SA? Do you think that people don't have
I'm not-
trauma
and
related
I'm not
to SA?
taking away from
I'm
that.
sorry. That's
I'm not-
wait. Let's address the point in the reality that it is the case that in terms of SA in this context, right? Again, I think that SA is significantly more harmful than someone if they were bringing F drug, like just had it and we're just bringing it to this country. Genuinely, I think SA is worse.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. And let me say this on.
So wait, do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me?
Well, I'm going to go on a numbers basis as far as the amount of people.
No,
that
I'm
are
just asking.
dying.
Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I think they're both equally bad.
Okay,
Horrible.
wait. Okay, so then if in one scenario, say under your perspective, they're equally bad. I think SA is worse. Now, if you say that they're equally bad, well, if one deserves the death penalty based upon one offense, then the other one should as well.
Depending on how egregious.
You said they're equal. You said they're equal.
Well, yeah, but you can't just put everything.
So how about this? A
into one
forceful
bucket,
penetration of a
know?
woman's vagina against her will. Let's say someone was, like, for example, held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will. Would you say that in that scenario that they should be given the death penalty?
For a civil? No, not for in a civil case. No, not at all. That's a civil and criminal is two different things. You don't get punished. You don't get a jail sentence or death penalty for a civil trial. I don't.
Okay,
know
wait. So
what
are you
you're
saying that
even
you have to
talking
meet?
about.
Are you saying that you have to meet a certain standard of evidence to say that someone should meet the death penalty?
In a criminal in
No,
a criminal trial? Yeah.
Yeah. So you just said that they have to meet a certain standard of evidence in order to be giving someone a death penalty. Therefore, you would have to meet a certain standard of evidence in order to say that the people specifically that were bringing F drug to the country, under your perspective, which there was no evidence they were bringing F drug to the country, no evidence that they were drug boats, you would have to provide that sufficient level of standard of evidence in order to give them the death penalty then.
Well, I think American citizens have a different right than a enemy of the United States.
Wait, I'm sorry. So again, in this context, you think that someone doesn't deserve due process, in which we're not at war with them. There was no evidence they were in the cartel, no evidence they had drug boats. So you're just saying we can, no matter what, just extrajudicially kill whoever we want around the entire world?
I think that when we elect our leaders, we're giving them the trust to make that judgment call. Just like our U.S. military, if they do strikes in a military operation in another country, we don't have to have due process to sling a missile everywhere we sling a missile.
Okay,
and 99% of the time, the United
would you be okay with?
citizens aren't going to know.
Would you be okay with drone striking boats off of Australia?
No, not if they don't have a reason to believe that they're a threat. No.
Oh, wait. Let's say the Trump administration claimed they did. They claimed that they were bringing F drug to our country, in boats.
Okay, and I'm assuming that they've got the evidence to back that up, even though they don't have to show you that evidence.
So then you would be okay with them doing that because you assume that they have the evidence.
So why hasn't Congress?
Wait, hold up.
asked for
Would you
the
be okay
evidence?
with them doing that because you assume that they have the evidence?
If they've got clear evidence that they're doing that, yeah, no, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Wait, you're just assuming that they have evidence. They haven't shown any of the evidence. You're just assuming that.
They don't have to show you the evidence, Parker. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, so then you would just
Congress
so
could
then
ask
hold
for
up.
it.
To be clear, you would just believe them. If they drone strike a boat off of Australia and claim that they had F drug on it, you would believe that.
If the United States military and our intelligence said that's what was on the boat, yeah, I would have to take their word for it.
Okay, so you wouldn't ask for any evidence. You would just take their word for it, and you would believe that the boat off of the Australian coast, right, that they're claiming had F drug on this boat and they were bringing it to our country, you would accept that as true. Okay, so then how about this? Would you believe specifically that there were weapons of mass destruction?
What, in the first Iraq War or the second Iraq War?
Would you have believed that there were weapons of mass destruction?
Yeah, or the intelligence community said that. Yeah, and I believed our intelligence community.
But they were wrong.
And was it incorrect? Obviously so. They didn't find them. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, our
so maybe they
intelligence
should
community-
have to tell us the evidence.
So you would rather the boats just get here and take a chance on it not being drugged?
I would rather just detain them once they get into U.S. waters. Yeah, detain them and investigate.
Okay, and who says that they can't cross the border without being spotted? I mean, we did just see like.
Wait, we
20
spotted
million
them
do that.
already enough to drone strike them. Couldn't we use the drones to see where they're going? They're on a fucking boat, dude. You're telling me that
Yeah.
we couldn't use the drones that you used to drone strike them to see where they are?
Okay, so we're just supposed to follow them around and have a trial
Yes.
for every one of them and all that. Okay, yeah. I
Wait,
disagree.
yes.
So what would
literally
be your
detain them
solution
once they
to
get to
that?
U.S. waters and literally give them a trial. Yes.
Okay, well, and what would be your solution to stop the 50 to 70,000 people dying a year in our country?
Yeah.
I mean,
would
because you're not for a strict border. We already know that. You're not for deportation. We already know that. You're
You're
not for bombing
misunderstanding
the
my
boats.
perspective. I would think
So-
that law enforcement would have more time to deal with people who are committing such violent crimes and bad crimes if it is the case that they weren't so busy trying to deport people who have been living in this life for 20 plus years, have a family, and are just working at a place of work. Like, genuinely. If the fucking enforcement was not focused on deporting people who are good and are in the country living their life with their families, right, then it would be the case that they'd have more time to deal with the people who are bringing F-drug to this country. U.S.
Okay, but
citizens mainly.
Parker, when in the last 30 years have we not been deporting people? I mean, like, Clinton was what, 12 million? Obama,
Wait, I'm not
3 to
disagreeing with
5
deporting
million?
people. Wait, if someone has committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be deported. But if they've
Okay,
not
well, hold on.
committed a
Let me,
violent crime, go ahead.
let me finish my point. Okay, so you had Clinton at 12 million deportations. You had Obama at 3 to 5 million. Nobody was crying and throwing a fit about it. And then you had Biden, even
There were mass
sleepy-ass
protests, and
Biden.
those numbers are wrong.
3.1 million. I've seen 3.1. When it was going on, they were claiming 5 million. But that's what CNN was reporting when it was happening.
3.1 million, which is actually
Okay.
like very similar to like what Trump has done in terms of this, because that's 8 years. And also,
Yeah, no,
in
no,
terms
Trump's
of this,
nowhere near that
you know,
number.
you want to know the distinction? No, nowhere near, because he's at the beginning of his administration.
Yeah, he's at 400,000. Even Biden, who didn't even know he was in the world, deported 1.5 million in his 4 years. Where was your energy for that then? Why wasn't I hearing
I
the
did.
cries?
Now, the distinction is the process. Donald Trump is violating people's due process rights to a greater extent. He's giving ICE authorization to racial profile. He's giving ICE authorization to go in with masks on, without identifying themselves, without using a warrant, and go in and strip people from communities in which they're in who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, right? And specifically who have been in this country for 20 plus years, so that they can increase their deportation numbers. They're deporting people who have literally spent their life making this country a better place in every single which way possible, rather than focusing on the violent criminals like Donald Trump himself.
Yeah, and I'm a construction superintendent. I mean, I work with guys who came over the legal way, who have visas, and I think they're wonderful. They're great people. I have no problem with anybody coming over legally. But when you flood the country with 20 million new people, what you're doing is
20 million
you're
new people did
flooding
not come.
you're flooding the labor market to where all American wages get stagnant. I mean, it's supply and demand. The more workers you have in this country, the lower the wages are. By sending that many, I mean, it's pretty much, they have given the big corporations the free will to pay them whatever they want. They're taking advantage of these guys. Construction jobs that were making $50 an hour, we've got illegals coming in doing it for 18 bucks an hour.
Provide them a
They're
pathway.
taking advantage of it.
So provide them a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country, and then they will take legal market wages, because they won't be able to be exploited by the business owners. How about you blame the business owners instead of blaming the undocumented immigrants who specifically are forced into those conditions because they cannot get a quick pathway to citizenship because our current legal immigration processes take too fucking long.
Well, and I blame our government for that. We should
do
do the path to citizenship before they come through the gate. Just like an airport, you got to show your boarding pass before you get on the plane. You can't,
we need to have a quick. If it took so long to go through the said boarding process, would you understand why someone didn't?
Well, and again, I blame our government. We should come up with a system that's a little bit easier and faster to get these people through. And I don't have a problem with that. But just letting people pour in, I mean, dude, child rapists, gang members, all that. I mean, there's been a lot of American citizens killed by the illegals. Are all of them bad? No, not at all. They're not all bad. But it's the same thing that happened in the 70s under Carter. I mean, Cuba dumped all their prisons right here in the United States because we were dumb enough to take them without vetting them first. And that's the same thing we've done over the last 4 years. I mean, some of these countries are literally dumping their prisons here. Do we want that here?
Wait, there's no good evidence of that. There's no good evidence they're dumping their prisons here. Undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. Multiple times lower rates.
Because they're a lot
the idea that
lower
specifically
percentage.
people with criminal records are coming to this country to a high extent is not true, right? That is very, very, very proportionally unlikely.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, of course the rates are going to be lower because there are a lot lower percentage of them than there are American citizens.
No, I'm talking about per
So,
capita
yeah,
rates.
naturally,
So I'm saying
yeah.
accounting for inflation, there are multiple time lower rates.
Yeah, and I'm not saying they're bad people at all. I mean, like I say, the guys I work with, I'd give them the shirt off my back if they needed it. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with that's just like if you invite strangers to come stay in your house, you want to know who they are before you let them in your house. You're not just going to say, "Come on
no
in."
one's
Yeah.
disputing that. Hey, I think you treat specifically your house differently than you treat the federal government, right? Because think about it this
Well,
way.
our
And you treat
country,
the government.
our
Let me explain.
country.
Let me explain. You think that there should be an open border between the state that borders your state and your state. But does that mean that everyone within your state specifically or within that state should be able to go into your house without vetting? No.
Yeah,
Just because they
yeah,
don't need
I
to
see
vet
your
them
point.
between the states doesn't mean that they don't need to vet them going into your house. Okay, so that's why I don't think the border argument in terms of like a private, house makes any sense. Because also we could bring up like if there was an owner of that house, because U.S. citizens would technically be owners of the United States under this current prescription. Well, then they could claim that they specifically authorized this particular person to come in, and then they're justified in being in the country. So because I'm specifically a U.S. citizen, I could grant every undocumented immigrant who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime authorization because I'm one of the
But-
people that quote unquote owns the house, right?
Yeah, but the fundamental difference, Parker, is there's no law against going from state to state for an American citizen. There is laws on the book saying you can't just roll up in our country. Just like, I mean, I was in Canada last summer. Dude, you can't just roll into Canada because you feel like it. I mean, they want to know who the fuck you are, and I don't blame them. Every country in the world
Everyone,
does that.
we want to know as well. But in order for us to actually know, we have to do a legal immigration process that goes significantly quicker. The best way to know the best way to know as many people as we possibly can in the country is to provide a pathway to citizenship for those that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, because it is the case that they would specifically, in that connotation, then be there would be more people as a proportion of our society that'd be vetted.
Okay, so we can agree on that. But would you agree that it should be done before they come here or after they come here?
Well, preferably before, but given that they're
Okay.
already in the country, right, I'm okay with it happening after they've come into the country because they've already come into the country. We can't change that, right?
Yeah, and I'm all for a vetting system right now that, if you've been here more than 3 years and you've held steady work and no criminal record, I'm all about, let's do something for these people. We need to. I've got guys
I think it
on
should be
my
people
job
even
that-
less than 3 years, but like say
Okay.
we can start with that. But the point is there's a lot of people who technically violated the law, but we don't really care in that connotation because it didn't harm anyone. They're not a bad person. They should have been allowed in the country anyway through our legal processes, right? So then,
Yeah,
like,
I get that.
if that's true, then that's a mess up on behalf of our legal systems as to why they came into the country documented, not an issue on behalf of them.
Oh, I
You know?
agree 100%. I blame our government. It's not the people.
That's
It's not
exactly
the
what I'm
people
saying.
at all.
So why punish
But,
the people if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime?
Well, you've got to start with the fresh slate. I mean, dude, our country is flooded with people we don't know.
No,
so
so we need more immigration. The actual facts are that by 2050, the Congressional Budget Office estimates. Estimates a bipartisan committee from the federal government. They estimate that our population will be declining by 2050 because we've had low birth rates.
Oh, yeah,
So we
yeah,
need
I
more
agree.
immigration to actually have a continually rising population. Right, so
Yeah,
that we
I
can be able to
agree.
fund
And-
Social Security and Medicare and these systems, because it is the case that we're going to have a lesser amount of people who are younger to be able to provide into the systems for the people who are older on these systems for longer because of increasing life expectancy due to technology increases.
Yeah, and I agree.
Technological
I agree. And as far as the immigration goes, man, the steel industry has been booming since Trump's first tariffs. So, dude, we wouldn't have been able to man all this work if it wasn't for the immigrants. I mean, they have done a wonderful job. Electricians, carpenters, scaffold builders, insulators. I mean, dude, we've been working so much overtime building these steel mills since Trump's first term when he put the steel tariffs in, that these guys, we've got to have them. I mean, we've got to come up with the vetting system. There's no doubt. And I'm for that. But on your point on the lower populations, this was something I was wanting to bring up earlier. I hate to drag you into abortion, but I just want to make this quick point. Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, if you'll go back and research, she was very racist, openly eugenics. She wanted the abortions And she's clearly stated this. All your listeners can research her. Look her up on TikTok. Her quotes is to rid society of the less desirable. It's eugenics. That's what the abortion thing's about. I mean, her Planned Parenthood.
No, abortion
hold
in
on.
general is not about eugenics. That's
Well,
not about, so
according
are you,
to
wait,
the
how about
founder-
this? Are you saying that I
Okay.
support eugenics because I'm pro-choice?
Well, no, I think a lot of people's been duped, and that's by design. And here's why. I mean, the founder of Planned Parenthood, Margaret
Wait,
Sanger.
the
I'm sure you've
founders of
heard
our
her.
nation, the founders of our nation were slave owners. Do you think that because
Well,
the
okay,
founders
and we'll
are
discuss-
wait? Do you think that because the founders of our nation were slave owners, do you think that we should specifically be held to that, right? As people,
I mean,
as
well, yeah, but we
individuals?
we don't have slavery anymore, Parker. They got
They're
that's
actually,
been done
I mean,
away with for a
legally, there
while.
technically is in the country in the context of prisons.
Well, that's another topic. But on the abortion, if you will research Margaret Sanger, she wanted to control her words, not mine, the Negro and dumb whites of this
Don't-
country.
No, I'm just gonna kick him because of that. You don't say that. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet said criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Thank you so much, The Galaxy. Thank you so much, CK. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, how old are you?
25.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
As of right now, Donald Trump.
What's your birth year?
2000.
What month?
February.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
So right now, like everything that he's done for Israel, I'm Jewish. And so I think that what?
I just don't know if you're old enough. Sorry, I'm trying to tell.
Yeah, I know I sound young. I promise I'm 25.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Do you support Israel committing a genocide in Gaza?
I mean, I don't really think that's what's happened.
It absolutely is. You don't think that the mass starvation of Palestinians, the intentional killing of Palestinians, the destruction of their entire fucking land, you don't think that's going to qualify under genocide? I mean, have you seen
I don't
pictures of
think-
Gaza?
I have. I just don't think it's Israel's fault. Like,
What? It
I
literally
think-
is.
I think Hamas like uses civilians as like human shields.
Yeah, I have a question.
Um,
I have a question. Say the police are specifically going after a suspect. They indicate that specifically the suspect has now grabbed one of the children, right, around them, and specifically and is using them as a human shield. Would it be justified for them to blow them up, like drone strike them? Would that be a justified response from the police? Or would you like say that's wrong that the police did that?
I guess that's wrong.
What do you mean? I guess
Well-
that's wrong. What are you talking about? What? You think drone
Like, I
striking
guess-
them with the child is not wrong, or it might
I
not be
guess-
wrong?
So you should be able to like go in and rescue the children, right? But you can't do that to like an entire population.
Okay, so again, in this context, right? So you're saying that they're specifically using people as human shields. Well, you have to work around that. You have to understand that you want to reduce innocent civilian casualties, right? And they did not make the efforts to do so. They actively, literally increased innocent civilian casualties by literally not allowing enough aid in to feed the population, for example. Right? So starving the Palestinian population.
Yeah.
That's intentionally murdering Palestinians. Say you don't believe any of the drone strikes specifically were hundreds of, like literally hundreds of thousands of possible deaths right? Specifically related to those, because we don't know specifically people under the rubble. We have no clue, right? Yet specifically relating to those. Those, say that you put those aside, all of the starvation deaths.
Yeah.
So those
Oh,
are
okay.
intentional, right? Isn't that destroying in part like the Palestinian population? Because to me that meets the Geneva Convention understanding of genocide. Appreciate you're amazing.
I mean, I guess from my perspective, like what Israel was doing was preventing Hamas from stealing all of the food from the civilians.
Why? By never allowing it to go into Gaza in the very first place? What? That makes no sense. I'm sorry. How
Yeah.
are the Palestinian people supposed to eat? Say Hamas was going to steal it. Why wouldn't you still try to deliver the aid in the first place?
No, that's a good point.
And say Hamas is going to steal it so that they can sell it. If you allow more to go in, wouldn't that cause the price of the products to go down within Gaza? Because if they're selling it on the black market and there's a greater supply in the black market, it would reduce the price. So why wouldn't you allow more to go in if they were stealing it?
No, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. You got me. Thanks. I appreciate it.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. Okay. I guess their only reason for coming up was to try to debate me on Israel, I guess. Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. What's up,
Hey.
Santana? How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
I thought she was gonna put up more of a fight, but then, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's an indefensible argument. So it's like I think
Yeah, it is.
people are starting to realize that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I think you just articulated that beautifully.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Bridget with the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lexia, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lily, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, my thoughts are that that Trump has caused specifically the conflict to go on for significantly longer. And I think that I don't really trust Netanyahu and Trump. So I am definitely sitting back to see what happens still. It definitely seems like they're making attempts at violating, at least from the side of Israel.
Also, just really quick, did you know the agreement that was accepted apparently is the framework for the exact same agreement that was given to Trump under his first administration?
Wow.
So there was no major difference between when the original agreement was proposed to then. There was minor changes, but no massive changes.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Fuck no. Fuck Trump.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Take a guess who's in the guest box. You
Liam?
might not guess. No, it's not Liam. Their name starts with an R.
I just peeked in. Oh man.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you.
Appreciate you. Let's go to the next person.
I don't know if you've seen this because you've been streaming. Did you see California declared a state of emergency because of ICE?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I wanted to, the guy moved off of that so quick when you were talking, but California has officially declared a state of emergency because of the impacts of ICE on their citizens.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's specifically
Los
for
Angeles
LA
County.
or the entire state. Yeah.
Yes, LA County. I have an AP News article. LA County declares state of emergency to aid residents hit by immigration raids. That's needed. That's needed. Good job, LA County. That's great. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, what month?
September.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
Because he's the GOAT and you're a fucking stupid nigger. nigger.
Disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fucking faggot.
Dude, this is so gross. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
I mean, this is the temperament of young Republicans now, right?
Yeah, literally. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19. I just turned 19.
What's your birth year?
2002.
2002. That's my
Sound
birth
like
year.
Ozzy.
That's my birth year. I'm definitely not 19 years old. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Colin, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, typically. Alrighty. Do you support Donald Trump? Alrighty. Jalen, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Yes, maybe I should. Gilbert, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Mark with the $3. Sonoma, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Sonoma in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sonoma. W's, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Santana, are you planning to go live later as well?
I think I might go live for a little while, yeah.
Oh, that's great. Based. I got banned on my main account for a whole week. So we're on the third account.
I was telling Dean, they've been passing out week bans. Like, I was telling him that yesterday. Like, it's wild. Everyone, you, me, Dan, like, it's going
Hey,
around.
Santana, how was that tamale, brother? Hey, I love you guys, though.
Appreciate you.
Chat, stop it with the tamale gate.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Cook, Parker.
Yo, what's up? I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do support Donald Trump.
What's your birth year?
My birth year is 2005.
And you said you're how old again?
20.
Okay. What month?
January.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, I'd absolutely vote for Trump.
Why?
Mainly, so I'm a Christian guy, and my politics basically right now are all centered on the fact that I am against abortion.
Okay. For sure. So what's so actually I have a question first. If you're Christian, could you could you name specifically one Christian ideal that Donald Trump upholds outside of the context of abortion to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
Well, I mean, the preservation of human life is a pretty big Christian value that Donald Trump holds. So, to be honest with you, I'm not a very political guy. I don't know politics that much. You know it much better than I do. But yeah, that's the preservation of life is something I hold very dear to me. And I think we as a country
was he
should hold
preserving life when he was drone striking boats of people, specifically off the coast of Venezuela, with no evidence that they were drug boats? Is that preserving human life?
You know, I don't know if that statement is entirely factual. I think that there was a lot of evidence that those were very dangerous people on those boats. If there
Such
wasn't,
as?
then he wouldn't. Well, such as the cargo they were hauling.
Did you have any evidence that they had that cargo? Because there was none. Find me any evidence that that cargo was on those boats.
Well, I mean, you could find that evidence yourself. I mean, it's out there.
No, there is none.
Well, I mean, I would disagree with you. I've
Well, then
seen to the
go
contrary.
ahead and
I
find
could be
some.
wrong. I'm going to say I could be wrong. I could be
Find
wrong,
some,
but I've seen
because I've seen nothing. I've done research. I've seen nothing.
Well, I guess we've just been seeing different things then.
Okay, then what evidence did you see? It seems like you didn't even look.
Oh no, I absolutely did. I saw multiple news articles.
Which news articles?
Name one.
Name one. I couldn't name you the exact articles. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a scholar. I don't dive.
Where do
deep
you
into
read your news
politics.
from?
Mainly Twitter.
Okay, do you think Twitter is a reliable source for media?
Oh no, I'm not saying it is. Absolutely not. I just said that you could be right. I could be wrong.
Okay. Well,
Also, I get a lot of things from Twitter as well, but I know how to find articles. You said you read multiple articles. You can just, like Parker said, name one actual outlet of the article.
Yeah, you're
Even
right.
when
I
get stuff
misspoke.
off Twitter, it tells me where to find it.
No, you're right. I misspoke. I didn't read articles. I read headlines. So that is a clarification I should have made. But back to the main point of my politics, abortion. Would you like to discuss that?
Yeah, we can, but I mean, you said that specifically Donald Trump, you couldn't name a single Christian value that he upheld to a greater extent than Kamala Harris, and then all you mentioned was
Oh, hang on a
preservation
second.
of
Yes, I
human
did.
life, and I just showed you how he doesn't uphold preservation of human life.
Well, okay. So here's my response to that. I suppose if those ships were hauling cargo that included dangerous drugs or dangerous, fugitives, then that would be upholding human life because those
It actually
substances
wouldn't,
and
because you
those-
can literally
Oh,
just
absolutely.
arrest them and detain them once they get into U.S. waters. One, they're in international waters, not under our jurisdiction. Two, again, we could have just arrested them. Three, right, even if it was true that specifically they did that, again, doesn't justify killing them. And then four, literally there was no evidence that they had drugs.
Well,
Also, you have
go
you have multiple sides of the aisle condemning Donald Trump for his actions that he's taking, not just Democrats. I mean, everyone is calling out the fact that he's literally taking people's lives without due process.
Oh, I will condemn Donald Trump. I'll be the first one to condemn him if he does something I disagree with. I disagree with a lot of those things that he's doing with Israel right now. I disagree with.
Is that pro-life?
What's that?
Is that pro-life?
What are you referencing?
What is he doing? Like, are you pro-Palestinian, or are you in support of
You
Israel?
know, a couple years ago, I would have said absolutely I'm in support of Israel, but now that I am, getting more knowledgeable on the subject, just because it's becoming more prevalent in society, I find myself walking more towards the middle. I can't say that I'm educated enough to pick a side right now, but yeah, I can definitely say that I disagree with some of his actions towards the Palestinian people. I think that's very fair to say, but I also think that he needs to be commended in his peace deals that he's made.
Well, the ones that he extended that took even longer to get, like literally, we had these deals back in like under the end of Biden's admin, and Trump even admitted himself to making it so that we didn't get the deal done, the ceasefire done, until at least he got into office. And then when he gets in office, he gives Israel more power to quote unquote finish the job, right? Instead of doing
hang
a
on.
ceasefire.
I think I misunderstand you. From what you said, it seems to me like you're saying that it's Trump's fault that Biden didn't get the war ended. Is that what you're saying?
Genuinely, Trump admitted that it is the case that he influenced Netanyahu to not accept a ceasefire because it is the case that until he was getting into the point of the office.
Okay,
what
you're
he
saying he
said.
influenced Netanyahu, not. Okay, I understand what you're
Yeah,
saying.
Trump sent back channel communications because the deal was on the table prior to Biden leaving office, and both Israel and Hamas had verbally agreed, but then with the back channel communications, because Trump didn't want Biden to have the win, Israel pulled out of the actual agreement.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like I said, I'd have to do more research on that. If that is the case, then that is another thing that I would absolutely condemn Donald Trump for. Obviously, I'm for the preservation of human life, and what has happened there, even since Donald Trump has taken office, has not been very pro-life. So, but yeah, I'd have to do more research on the subject. I'm not saying I don't believe you guys, but you know what I mean.
Okay. Well, the point that we were making is that Donald Trump doesn't uphold the preservation of human life to a greater extent. If you want to talk about the overturning of Roe versus Wade, I don't think that does either. There's been increased level of abortions since Roe versus Wade was overturned. It's also increased maternal mortality, and it was still allowing for it to specifically be legal in states across the entire United States. It was just saying only certain states would restrict it. So from your perspective, it's not really even reducing the amount of abortions because they can just go to other states and get said abortion anyway. If anything, it creates conditions where people are going to have more abortions because it is the case that they specifically don't know whether or not they're going to be able to get it, one, later in the context of a pregnancy, so they might do so earlier, or two, right, they're doing so out of the threat of the bad conditions, specifically because of the connotation of the pregnancy later on, given that they might not be able to get an abortion there, or it is the case that people are scared that the conditions in terms of access to abortion are not 100% there in terms of whether or not they'll be able to actually survive. So it literally creates conditions where people might want to have an abortion because they don't want to go through the context of late-term pregnancy when it is the case that there's such like harsh conditions of maternal mortality.
You know, I don't disagree with some of that, but I do disagree with some of that. I think the overturning of Roe v. Wade was legal in the sense that it should be a state's issue. I don't think that there should be a national. I don't think that there should be a national ban on abortion. I don't think that there should be a national, allowance of abortion as well. I think that it should be a state issue. However,
why?
When you say that, what's that?
Why?
Well, that's the fundamental properties of our democracy. It's not one governmental body over the entire nation. There's certain things that are certainly, apply to every state, but the states hold power as well.
Why don't we do that on an individual level? Say that, like, you could specifically have your position on abortion, but on an individual level, everyone should have a choice, because we believe in individual rights. I think individual rights, right, above states' rights.
Well, I would agree with that to a certain extent, but do you think that a certain individual should be able to choose whether or not they're going to kill somebody else? Or maybe we don't even take it to that extent. But do you think that another human being should individually be able to choose to get into a fist fight with somebody else? I mean, sure, maybe a fist fight, but you draw that line somewhere, right?
No, Donald Trump should not have pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th.
That's not what I was referencing, and I think
you were talking about people getting beat up.
Right, but that's not what I was referencing. We're talking about abortion here.
Yeah, I think that people should be held accountable for being beat up. I'm confused what your point was with that.
Well, my point with that is you were saying that somebody should be able to individually choose whether or not they should be able to get an abortion. And you were claiming individual rights over the state rights there. And I agree with you on certain topics on that, but I think there's a fine line between individual rights and
So do you think states should be able to allow people to murder?
Absolutely not. That's the exact argument I'm making.
Do you think it's murder? Or do you think abortion's murder?
Absolutely, I do.
Okay, then you think it should be left up to the states. Therefore, under your view, you think that murder should be left up to the states.
Well, I believe that every state would have the same ruling on that issue.
No, they don't.
Why not
so,
make it federal then?
Exactly.
If every state will have the same ruling, then why not make it a federal ruling?
Well, why not? That's fine. But under our democracy, that's just not the way. That's not the way that it's ever been regarding abortion. And I don't think that precedent was set a long time ago, a lot longer before Roe v. Wade was put into place. And I don't think Roe v. Wade should have been able to reprimand that.
So do you want to address the point that I made? You said murder should be left up to the states, right?
No, absolutely not.
Wait, so you just said abortion is murder,
no,
but abortion should be
that's
left up to the states. That means murder should be left up to the states.
I think that's a moot point. I think that's a moot point because every single state would be against murder. There wouldn't be a single state that would allow murder. So that's
If you think abortion is murder, you think abortion is allowed in some states. You do think that murder is allowed in some states. That's the logical conclusion of your argument.
That is absolutely not the logical.
That's literally what you're saying, though.
No, absolutely not.
No, that's literally what you're saying.
No, hang on. Let me talk
Either
here.
you have to concede that abortion is not murder, or you have to concede that it shouldn't be left up to the state. But you can't argue both, because if you argue both, then you're arguing that murder is left up to the state.
I disagree because other people don't see abortion as murder. If it was up to me, personally, as a human being, yes, I would want a a complete ban on abortion for this nation, but that's not how other people feel. That's not the way this nation
Wait,
works.
you just said you
know?
didn't want that. You just said you wanted it to be left up to the states.
He did say that. He said
Right,
he
as
doesn't
a
believe in
nation, yes.
a
Now,
nationwide
hang on.
ban or a nationwide acceptance.
Constitutionally, there's a difference between constitutionally what we are founded on as a nation and what I believe.
Okay, would
as
you
a
ever
human
support a
being. That's
candidate that called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
No, absolutely not.
So Donald Trump said exactly just that verbatim.
That's cap.
You really? I'll show you.
I would love to see that.
Literally the truth.
Let's show you right now. In the meantime, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people.
While he pulled... Oh, go ahead.
You see it?
No, I can't.
You should be able
How
to.
can you not?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I see it.
It says, so with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I said at the very beginning of this that there's things that I condemn Donald Trump on, and that would be one of them. That is one particular statement. But if you would ask Donald Trump the same question, if you think if you think the Constitution should be thrown out the window, his answer would be absolutely not.
Wait, you said that you wouldn't support someone who has said this. And also, Trump has violated multiple of our constitutional rights. Our First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, and 14th Amendment.
And
You
he's
gotta look at the
actively
context.
trying to plant the seeds to subvert the 22nd Amendment as well.
Okay, that's
Note
completely wrong.
the Trump 2028 hats that he not only has sitting on the desk in the Oval Office, but is selling in the White House store. And also Steve Bannon, who is a close confidant and advisor of Donald Trump, said that after the 2026 elections, they have plans that they're going to roll out to make sure that Donald Trump is on the ballot for 2028. So literally, yes, he would want to get rid of the Constitution.
That's a ridiculous statement because I could pull up multiple things that say he's not going to run in 2028 and that it is not constitutional.
Then why is he selling
mind
Trump
if I play
2028 hats?
Well, because it's hilarious and people will buy them. He's a good businessman. If somebody's going to buy the product, then he's going to sell it.
Yeah, so
Would you-
you
would
think
you
it's
mind if I
okay to
play
make
Steve
money off of being the president while you're president?
Well, he's not making money on being the president, right?
Yes,
Trump
he is.
2028 have absolutely nothing to do with
Wait, I'm
his
sorry. So
presidency.
I can give you multiple examples. The meme coin he dropped, the True Social has popularity and valuation because he literally is the president.
No, wait, are you saying that you shouldn't be able to make money while you're the president of the United States?
Off of being president outside of the salary.
Yeah. You shouldn't profit off of it. And literally directly connected to Parker's point with the meme coin, if you actually purchase enough of the meme coin, then you get access to a dinner with Donald Trump. It's literally pay to play where you get direct access to the president of the United States, and there's no parameters around who can or can't. It's just who's willing to pay the most.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I have absolutely no knowledge on cryptocurrency or whatever meme coin is. But yeah, I think that would be wrong. But to the original point, I don't think Trump 2028 has anything to do with his presidency.
Can I play this really quick, Parker? It's
Go ahead.
29 seconds. All right. This is Steve Bannon talking. And again, you know who Steve Bannon is, right?
I do not.
Okay, Steve Bannon again is one of Donald Trump's closest confidants. He's an advisor for Donald Trump. He worked in his last administration. He literally went to jail for Trump because he did the Build the Wall fund and all this other stuff. But literally, he's one of the closest people to Donald Trump.
Okay, sure.
So let me ask you about Trump 2028. We have a 22nd Amendment, which bars anybody from running for a third term. Do you think that that's not a barrier for him, or how do you see that?
I think that there are many different alternatives that at the appropriate time after the midterms in 26, we will roll out. But I think there are many different alternatives to make sure that President Trump is on the ballot. And if he's on the ballot, he'll win.
So let me ask you about Trump 2028.
Again, Steve Bannon is someone who has helped shape policy for Donald Trump, who has specifically worked in the White House for Donald Trump, someone who is still in Donald Trump's close circle as of today.
Sure. I mean, look, you can keep pushing this narrative and you can keep telling me what other people are saying about Donald Trump. But if you go back and look at what Donald Trump has said specifically regarding to that question, because he has been asked directly multiple times, his answer
What did he say
has
about Project 2025?
See, you're completely dodging my.
What did he say
my
about
statement.
Project 2025?
Why are you changing the subject?
No, I just need to know, what did he say about Project 2025?
No, wait a minute. I don't think that's a fair question.
It is. It's a correlation. Donald Trump specifically was adamantly on the record saying he had no knowledge and no connection of Project 2025.
Okay,
And
yes, I
as
remember that.
As soon as he was elected, he brought multiple people from the Heritage Foundation that worked on Project 2025 into his administration. And then after that, he actually, in this most recent government shutdown, he actually tweeted out that he was going to bring in Russell Vought, he of the famed Project 2025, to work on what actual cuts they were going to make while while the government was shut down. Which, fun fact, there's been, I think, 21 or 28 billion dollars worth of funds that have been frozen or canceled while the government has been shut down, and 81% of those have been in Democratic-led cities. So literally, this was all rolled out under Project 2025, which Trump said he had no knowledge of, but now they have implemented over 60%. And Russell Vought is working directly with Donald Trump, co-author of Project 2025. So the point that I'm making is, just because Donald Trump says he has no knowledge of it, or he doesn't agree with it, or he disavows it, he lies. He lies a lot.
Oh, I'm sure he does. I agree with you on that. He's been caught in multiple lies. But have you ever considered that at the time he was asked the question, he did not know what Project 2025 was, and then in the time since
No,
he
this
has
is
gone
such a
over the
lie.
document?
This is such a no.
Yeah, he mentioned it in an actual interview, like in early 2024 or something. He literally talked about the Heritage Foundation and the plan that they were making. Like, he talked about this before that. So no.
And also, like, I mean, that's ridiculous for you to say, especially because the people who are involved with Project 2025 have like literally gone on Twitter and like quote tweeted like that and joked about it, right? So like they've admitted this,
including Brendan Carr, who is the current FCC chair, and he actually wrote the FCC portion for Project 2025, and now he works in the government as for the head of the FCC. And after they like tweeted out, he co-signed that tweet saying, yes, it was the plan all along. So again, they all knew.
Man, I don't know I just don't know if that's true, because I've also, I could be wrong. I feel like I've seen him publicly condemn parts of Project 2025.
So again, I mean, I don't know what else we could show you at this point. They've obviously had some affiliation with it. Like, you can at least acknowledge that.
Oh,
right?
Sure. There's been some affiliation, but I mean, you said yourself, or
He
one
said
of
he
you
had
two
no
said
clue
that-
what it was. He said they have no affiliation.
Like,
Yeah,
he
back
clearly
when
wanted
the
60%
back before he
of it
was
already.
elected, correct?
They've implemented 60% of it already in 9 months.
Yeah, 60% is not 100%. and I will.
Do
I will
you
say
know
this
how
too.
massive Project 2025
in 9
was?
months. By the way, in 9 months, doing
Exactly.
60% of it is obviously like
Exactly.
indicating that they want to do this.
So you're saying that he couldn't have done 100%?
If this were the other
of it
way
in 9
around,
months?
if this were the other way around, that there was like some like communist manifesto dropped by the left, and they did like 60% of that in the first 8 months, right after saying that they had no affiliation with it, you'd be like, nah, you know, they're definitely not trying to do this.
So wait, the left. So the so the hardcore right is Project 2025. Hardcore left is communism. Is that what I'm hearing?
I was just giving an example.
And
Oh,
you do
yeah.
understand that I mean, yeah, you have to keep going further, but I don't think you're ready or prepared or even know what communism is, so I don't think we can have that conversation.
Sure. Oh, so you're publicly condoning communism then? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not a communist.
I am. I'm not a
Okay.
communist either, but I think that communism as a whole, it's not the boogeyman that you guys try to use it as. I mean, the Red Scare has shaped what people think communism is, but if you actually understand what communism is, then you're not scared of it.
Oh no,
You're,
now
you're
that I
not
can
prepared
agree
for
with.
that conversation. Now, when you
No,
want to
that
talk
I can
about
agree with you.
fascism, because fascism is a far right ideology, then that's scary.
I can absolutely agree with you on the communism part. In a perfect world, communism would be, well, maybe not perfect, but communism would be great. But it's far from a perfect world that we live in. So yes, we can agree on that.
Also, if you want to talk about any like far extreme ideas, I mean, fascism seems attainable, at least for this administration, where communism has never been like actually implemented in a governmental system to the extent where it could be. So maybe we should worry about the fascists in front of us right now instead of trying to control women's bodies.
I never said I was trying to control women's bodies. I don't think that a fetus is a woman's body. It quite literally is a separate human entity by DNA. So I think that's a crazy statement that you're saying. I'm trying to regulate a woman's body.
I mean, you literally are. You're trying to say that they shouldn't be able to get access to an abortion.
Are-
And by the way, when you
no,
say
wait a
like
minute.
when we talk about person, do you think an embryo is a person?
Well, obviously, that's a tricky question, and you're going to try to catch me in a trap here. If you leave it to its natural, to the natural course, absolutely, it'll become a person.
So it's
You know?
not a person currently, but it will become a person in the future?
Well, what's your definition of a person? What are you asking?
Well, it's going to be something of the human species in which meets the criteria of past or present and future subjective experience.
Well, and I think that an embryo is a human. Yeah, absolutely. A fetus
But it does
is
not meet the
absolutely
criteria
human.
of past or present and future subjective experience.
It's going to have future experience.
Going to, but it doesn't yet. So then it's not considerably at the point in which we would say it has value, and we would say that an abortion isn't wrong.
Well, that might be your definition of a human being's value, but I think a human being has value because it's created in the image of God, and I think that the image of God is
There we go. So
designed at
what
birth.
you want to do is you want to impose your religion on other people. You say because you think the religion is a certain way, well, then it has to be this way from a legal perspective. And I'm saying that like we believe in separation of church and state. We don't believe in church and state being one. Therefore, your religious prescriptions cannot be the reason why you think the law should be a certain way to
Right.
restrict
So
people from doing things.
So my religion also tells me that
Which
murder
God?
is wrong. Which God? Yahweh, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. But my religion also tells me
But
that
that's
murder
not,
is
that's
wrong.
not
right?
solely to your religion, right?
Well, neither is abortion.
It is. It is in this connotation because you based your position on abortion on your religious
Thank you,
views.
Galaxy Emma.
Well, no. I would base everything I do on my religious views. Yes, you're correct. My entire
I don't
life
think you
is
base
based on
every
my
single
religious
thing you
views.
do on religious. That's ridiculous for you to say that. You don't base every
I don't
single
think
thing you
so.
do in your life on religious views. When you play video
Everything
games, is
is-
that based on your religious views? No, it has nothing to do with that.
Everything is rooted back to my religious views. Yes.
No, it's
What
not.
are you? What type of clothes are you wearing right now?
Yeah, the
What type of clothes
justification,
am I wearing
the
right now?
justification for everything you do in your life is not that. Like you deciding to pick up your arm, the justification for that is not religion, right? It's going to be
Well,
some
no, but the root of
personalized
it-
justification.
The root of every single decision of my life can be traced back to religion, though, at some point.
I don't know what you mean by
That's-
that.
Well, so to your question, what clothes am I wearing right now? That's kind of a goofy question, right? I'm wearing
It's not-
shorts and a
are-
t. I'm wearing
Right.
I'm wearing
what type
shorts.
of fabrics? What type of fabric?
Well, the type of fabric is it doesn't matter because Jesus Christ, he delivered us from all the ceremonial laws of Leviticus, which
That's
were
not
what you were
true.
trying.
Jesus said that he did not come to get rid of the law, but to uphold it.
Right, the moral laws. So the moral laws being the Ten Commandments, not the ceremonial laws, which are the ones that are considered to be in like Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Numbers, all
But
that.
at least at that time period, you think that that was applicable. You think at that time period it was wrong for people to wear two separate fabrics?
Well, if you're asking me as a human being, I'm going to say I have
Yeah,
no
like,
idea.
do you
But the
think
God
so?
the God that created me and created this whole world said that it was. So I don't know the reasoning for that. I think it's kind of ridiculous. But who am I, to say
that
that?
God
when
also
God is so
said
much
in
bigger?
1 Samuel 15:3 to Saul and his men to slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek.
That's large. Yes, you're right, and that's something I struggle with as a Christian, honestly. But that you could also read that as largely, it's more of an analogy. I don't think they literally
Analogy?
killed every single.
So what is it
Maybe
an
that's not the
analogy
right
for?
word. It's more. I'm sorry, not an analogy. It's more figurative speaking. It's not
For what?
literal.
It's
It's
an
not.
analogy for making sandwiches.
What is it figurative for? Like, what is it trying to prove?
Well, it's trying to prove that those people should have followed God's law, and there's consequences for not doing it.
Why can't you prove it in a way in which doesn't include literally commanding people to like commit genocide?
Yeah. Also, if God is so perfect, then like, why does He put like everyone in like fucked up positions to have to make like horrible decisions? Like, why not just make things all perfect?
That's a great question. That's a fantastic question. My answer to that, I'm going to first say I do not know, but the way I've come to knowledge of that, or the answer that I've come up with for that, sorry, I'm stuttering a lot, is we live in an imperfect world, and that imperfect world is due to human beings' disobedience from God. We have gone against the natural orders that God has put in place for us, and because of that, we live in a broken world. I think we both can agree we live in a pretty messed up world, right? And I don't think that's a consequence of God. I think that's a consequence of us rebelling
Wait,
against
so
God, because
are
God
you saying
has
that we
given
have
us
free will?
Oh, yeah. Well, to
Parker.
an extent, yes.
I have a few things for this. A few things for
Sure.
you here. In terms
Yes.
of this. So, one, it is a result of God, because God went from the state in which he existed alone to a state that was imperfect, because he decided to cause creation into existence. Okay? So it wouldn't make sense for God to go from a standpoint where he exists alone and all in which exists is perfect, to a standpoint in which all in which exists is not perfect, because there is perfection in terms of God plus imperfect human beings in the imperfect world that we live in. So it wouldn't make sense to go from point A to point B, given that he desires point A more than point B, right? He could only desire to go to areas in which would be more desirable. He couldn't desire to go to areas in which are less desirable. That would be contradictory. So if point B is less desirable and point A is more desirable, he will never move from point A to point B. It would be contradictory if he's all-knowing, all-powerful, and all good and perfect.
Well, I think your logic is a little bit flawed there. When God created humanity, he didn't want to create robots. That wouldn't be a loving God, right? If God were to create us without a free will, if we were forced to do things, I think that's not a loving God, you know? And to that point, if I were to say
You're
that he didn't have
misunderstanding
free
my
will-
argument. You're misunderstanding my argument. I'm saying he would never
Okay.
create.
You're saying he would never create.
Yeah, he would stay in point A. Point A is perfect. There's no more desirable
Point-
state than perfection. Okay? If point A, where God exists alone, is perfect, well, then there's something called divine paralysis. Right? He will never move from that standpoint intentionally, because either the state in which you would move to, point C, would be perfect, meaning it would be the exact same level of value, so it would be random for him to move from one state to the other state, right? Or, right, it would be the case that it would be contradictory, because it's less desirable, i.e. imperfect. You said we exist in an imperfect world, meaning there's flaws in the world. Would God?
Correct.
So point B is there's flaws in the world, or there will be flaws in the world, meaning that it's an imperfect point, right? If point A is perfect, God's existence alone, God will never choose to go from a perfect state to an imperfect state, because the imperfect state is less desirable in terms of existence than the perfect state. And your
okay, I
view
hear what you're saying.
necessitates that it moves from point A to point B because it necessitates creation, right? God
Okay,
causes
I
the
understand
universe
what you're saying.
intentionally.
Here's how I would challenge that. And maybe this isn't exactly the right way or what you're trying to say, but here's how I would challenge that. In the same realm, God is in heaven, right? Or I believe that God is in heaven. I believe that Jesus is in heaven. And he could have stayed there forever and not worried about the world, right? By your knowledge, that's what he should have done. Or by your logic, that's what he should have done. But he loves us so much that he sent Jesus down to die for us. He sent his son, and Jesus willingly came down to a suffering, broken world. And he subjected himself to a bunch of pain. And every bad thing that we subject ourselves to, he subjected himself to. So to say that a perfect God will not step down from perfection, I think that's just a flaw in your logic.
No, it's literally logically impossible for a perfect God to do that. You're saying that a perfect God had an imperfect desire. A desire for an imperfect state over a perfect state. What is an imperfect state? It means that they have flaws, meaning that they have less desirable characteristics. So how could something be less desirable and more desirable simultaneously? That is literally contradictory. every reasonable aspect of your brain should show you that there is no reasonable element to that. Right? Literally, you cannot go, it literally, divine paralysis states you cannot go from the perfect state to an imperfect state. You could say that God could create a world. We can give you
Wait a
another
minute, hang on a
argument,
second.
like God could have created heaven rather than
Could I
earth.
interject
And
for
there's
a
free
second?
will in heaven, yet there's no sin. Right? We could give you that argument. But this is an argument where it makes no sense for God to even move from point A.
Okay, so your terminology, your divine, or your I forget what you said or how you worded it, but
Divine
you said that
paralysis.
yes, divine paralysis, right? So this theory, I never heard this theory before tonight, but in that logic, God is still in heaven, right? So before he lived in a perfect state. He still now lives in a perfect state. He's in heaven. He is not in this world. The only time he came down to this world was willingly to save us from it. Right?
Sorry,
he
let me
didn't
clarify.
step out
The
of it.
state of affairs, the state of all conditions that are occurring in reality. Okay? The state of all conditions that occurred in reality prior to creation, right? All perfect. After
Well,
creation,
there wasn't
not perfect.
but reality. What are you defining as reality? Because reality wasn't a thing before creation.
All things in which exist. There were things in existence. God existed.
Right, God existed.
So so reality existed. So within reality, everything within reality, perfect. There is no
I
flaw
don't
within
think-
reality.
I think there's a difference between God's reality and our reality. Like reality, I think there's a difference in definition. between
What do
your
you mean by reality? Because we're talking about all things in which exist. So in the connotation that I'm referencing in terms of reality, there is no distinction. It doesn't make sense to say that there are two different realities.
Well, I think it absolutely does. I think
Not in the
there's-
way that I just used the term.
I think there is. I would disagree because
So there could be something out that exists outside of all things that exist. That's makes no sense. What does all mean?
Right. I understand what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is, for you to say reality, I don't think that's a fair term to use in saying that it's all things that exist, because there are innumerable things that we don't know that exist. You know.
Yeah, and if they exist, that they would be within reality under my prescription here.
Okay, if that's what your definition of reality is, then
Yes.
fine, sure.
Yes, that's my definition of reality. Okay? So all things within reality, under this notion of reality, are perfect when God exists alone. Okay? If all things in reality are perfect, then it would make no sense from God to go from reality A, point A, to point B, where everything within reality is now not perfect. There's some aspects of reality that are imperfect. Some aspects of reality that are perfect, but some aspects of reality that are also imperfect. Meaning that you're going from a state in which all things considered is perfect to a state in which is all things considered not perfect. You compare a state in which is a state of affairs in which is all things considered perfect and a state of affairs in which is all things considered not perfect. Which state is more preferable?
Okay, right, but you could use the same argument, and you could say, okay, you could say, why would Jesus ever come down to earth? Why would Jesus ever step aside from his state of perfection to come down to a suffering world?
No, it wouldn't make sense for God to create in the very first place. I don't understand what
it's
your
all
point
love,
is with this.
man.
It makes
my
no
point
sense
is you're
for God
saying
to
that-
create because no, I'm asking you, what state is more preferable? A perfect state of affairs or an imperfect state of affairs?
So I understand your question, and I understand where you're going to go with your question, but I also
answer the
wouldn't say,
question.
okay, I will. I wouldn't say that God created evil, right? I would say that evil might have just been a thing.
These
that
are
God
these are
didn't create.
questions outside of the context of what I'm talking about.
No, they're not. Because hang on a second.
No, it's not.
Hang
The
on a
only
second.
the only question I'm asking you right now is what's more desirable, a perfect state of affairs or an imperfect state of affairs?
I'll answer your question, but you're not understanding my viewpoint here. Obviously, a perfect state of affairs is more desirable. However, I don't know if a perfect state of affairs has always been the case. As I stated, God did not create evil, right? So evil could have been a thing, you know.
When God
along
existed
with
alone,
God.
was there a perfect state of affairs?
Exactly. Was
What's
there
that?
evil when it was just God?
You know, I would have to brush up on my I would have to brush up on my theology, but I'm not so sure that God has ever been alone.
I'll give you the best argument I've ever heard. someone provided a distinction between a perfect being and a perfect state of affairs. They're saying, oh, there could be a perfect being, but it doesn't meet the criteria for a perfect state of affairs, which makes no sense. Because the way that in which you define a being,
I agree. That makes no sense.
right? Yeah,
I agree.
the way in which you define a being, right, would mean or include a state of conditions or affairs, right?
Right.
So you're still designating that it's not a perfect state of affairs, right? So
I don't know if there was ever
how could those
a
be
perfect state of
distinct?
affairs.
Is essentially like my.
Well, I don't know if there was ever. I don't know if there was ever a perfect state of affairs. Is what I'm saying. God lives in a perfect state of affairs in heaven, but outside of that, even back before He created the heavens and the earths, I don't know if it was. I don't know if you could say if it was a perfect state of affairs.
Like, okay, then
And if you
God
could-
wasn't
if-
perfect.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. If you could give me scripture that would say that when before
God is
God
perfect
created,
and God is flawless.
No. I obviously know that there's scriptures for that, but if you could give me a scripture that said that before God created the world or reality, the state of affairs was perfect.
Does
then
God
we could
lack
have
anything?
that.
Does God lack anything?
Isaiah 45:7.
Could you read that for me?
From the light, I form the light and create the darkness. I make the well-being and create the clemency. I am
Yeah.
the Lord, and who does all these things. He literally
Right.
just said that he made good and evil.
No. He said the light and the darkness, meaning the day and the night.
No, bud, that's not. No. He's not talking about actual light and darkness. He's talking
Well,
about
hang
good
on.
and evil.
Well, hang on. I would, to that point, I would encourage you to read Genesis, the book of Genesis, specifically chapter 1. If you give me a second, I could give you the verse. It's verse 3. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw that the light was good. And God separated the light from the dark. And God called the light day, and the darkness He called night. He's not referencing good and evil there. He's literally referencing day
Yeah,
and night.
not there, but if you read the rest of Isaiah 45, he's literally talking about the things that are connected with the light and then also the things that are connected with the darkness, and those are actual good and evil references.
Okay, I'm not going to disagree with you just because I'm not educated. I haven't read Isaiah 45 in a long time. I haven't read through the book of Isaiah in a long time, so I can't speak exactly as to what that's referencing. But if I had to guess, it would be the same in the same context as Genesis.
And even in 7, it says here, from the light I create darkness, I make peace, I create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. That's the translation.
Whoa! What chapter? What book is this?
This is Isaiah 45:7.
Isaiah 45:7. Okay, hang on a second. Actually, you don't have to hang on. I'm not gonna...
I do have to get going here too, but I did just
Yeah.
want to make the point that, like, please think about this, because genuinely there is no good response to this. Like, this has been something that's like been a theological based argument for a long time. I don't understand what the argument is against this, and if someone could provide me an argument against this, right, well then I would think it's possible, right, at least to a greater
Cool.
extent, right, for Christianity to be true. But given this argument, it's literally impossible, given that you think that God is perfect.
Okay, right.
Because
Here's
because
what I'm-
being
here's what I'm
flawless
saying.
means that you lack no desirable traits.
Right. And here's what I'm saying. If this has to be the final remark, this can be the final remark. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your knowledge, and I think this discussion is great. What I'm saying is, I don't think that necessarily evil was a thing that God created, right? I think that evil was a thing even when God existed before His creation, right? So I don't think that your argument can apply here, because there never was this perfect state that you're talking about. God is perfect, right? But this perfect state that you're talking about, I don't think that... What's that?
Okay, so God's existence was not a state in which is perfect.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. Of course, God. Of course, but is God the creator?
Like, when you say perfect
of-
state of affairs, you mean all in which exists is perfect.
Right. Yes, but that's what I mean.
So,
but I'm not
so
saying
when God
hang on,
existed
hang on.
alone, all in which existed was perfect.
I'm not. What I'm saying here is I'm not so sure God existed alone at any point in time. If God didn't create evil, then it had to exist along with God even before God created. Do you understand? You see what I'm saying here? Like, there never was this perfect state of affairs that you're talking about. You know what I mean?
So God's existence alone wasn't perfect, so it was imperfect. So then you would
No,
have
no,
to
no, God
concede
is-
that the state of affairs in which God existed in prior to creation was imperfect.
No, what are you asking here? Because God is perfect, right? But would I call this a perfect state right now, the world that we live in? No, of course it's not. It's not a good state that we live in, but God is still perfect. I'm saying that applies even
This
before his
doesn't make any
creation.
sense to me if you look at it from this
He keeps
perspective,
cooking himself.
where God exists alone. The only thing
I'm
in
not
which
saying-
exists is perfect. It would again not make any sense for them to go from a state in which is all things considered perfect to a state in which is not all
Right.
things considered perfect. That's
I
literally
agree with you
saying
that-
that a perfect state is less desirable than an imperfect state, which is contradictory because an imperfect state is a less desirable state of affairs because it either lacks something desirable or has something that's less desirable, because that's what a flaw is.
Right.
A flaw
Yes,
is
I
something that,
understand.
in which you lack desirability, or it's something in which you have that's undesirable.
I agree with your logic. I agree with that. Here's where I disagree. You keep saying that God existed alone in a perfect state of affairs. I'm saying that God never existed alone. If God
Okay,
didn't
this
create evil,
makes no sense because there was something prior to okay, God's eternal. Is creation eternal?
no.
What other existence is eternal outside of God?
This is back to the point. This is back to the
There is
point
none.
where I,
There is none. So there's going to be a point where God exists where nothing else exists.
No. Hang on a second. I said at the very beginning, I don't think God created evil. So if God didn't create evil, it didn't
literally in
stem
the
from
Bible.
him, right? It's not in the Bible.
I
If God,
read it to you, Isaiah 45:7.
no. If you
Yes.
read, I can't remember the exact reference. It's in the book of James, I think
Yeah, that's
chapter
fine.
2.
Go look at Isaiah 45:7.
All good things stem from the hand of God, and all bad things stem from the hand of human man. That's not the exact scripture. That's probably
Yeah,
not
that's
even.
fine. Now
right.
go read Isaiah 45:7.
Hey, I will do a lot of research into that. I
Okay.
have it written down.
I don't think I can
will-
explain this in a way you're going to get it. I'm going to get off for today. Like, genuinely, like, I don't know how other way I could explain it. I think I'm explaining it in the most simplistic possible way.
You are. But
Well-
he's pushing back on it because it doesn't fit his narrative.
No, that's not true.
I genuinely do want to understand why this argument is so confusing to people, because I think it's really simplistic and I think it makes so much sense, and it's one of the main reasons why I can't understand why, like, I would be Christian, like, because like I for a huge portion of my life wanted to justify Christianity. I used to go to church twice a week when I was a kid, and I couldn't do that because of the problem of evil, because of this. And I think this is the strongest argument, most simplistic and easy argument to understand, where, you can't give a condition of like, oh, there's free will in existence. Free will doesn't relate to this point. And even if you did, I mean, you can bring up points for that. Like, God has free will. God's perfect. God never does something wrong. So it's logically possible for a being to exist where they're perfect, where they have free will and they never do sin. So it's logically possible for God to create beings in which are perfect, which never do something wrong, right? And they still have free will. That's logically possible as well. That's what heaven is. Heaven, no sin. There's still free will in heaven, right?
What's your question?
Is there free will in heaven?
Is there free will in heaven? I would
Yes.
say that there is. Yes. I don't know if you heard me or not. Yes.
Yes, there is. Is there
But-
any
but-
sin in heaven?
but-
Is heaven perfect?
Heaven, by definition, is a state of perfection. Yes.
Okay, so there's perfection without free will. Do aborted babies go to heaven?
Whoa. There's perfection without free will.
No, there is perfection and there is free will. That's what you just said heaven
Correct.
is. Okay? So I'm
There
asking
is-
this question.
Wait, hold on. Let me think about
Can
this.
abort
There
do
is
aborted fetuses go to heaven?
The Bible doesn't speak to that. If I, as a human, if I, according to my current knowledge, had to answer that question, I would say yes. However, I couldn't give you any scripture that backs that up, and I'm not
That's
sure
true.
if that
That's
answers.
true. That's true. I mean, that's what you'd reasonably expect. Yeah, I know the Bible doesn't say anything on it, but most people would reasonably expect that to be the case. Okay, so in terms of that, right? If aborted fetuses go to heaven, right? It is the case that they specifically would never experience Earth, and yet they would be able to experience a state in heaven where there's free will and there's no sins and it's perfect. Okay. So God could have sent every single human being directly to heaven without sending us to earth in the very first place. We all have free will. There is no sin, but in the same way that he sent aborted fetuses to heaven. Why can't he do that?
Okay.
That's better than
I
sending us to
understand.
earth where we are in an imperfect world. Sending us to a perfect world is better than sending us to an imperfect world.
Right. I understand that argument, and I think that's a very well put together argument. Here's what I have. Here's what I would say against that.
And then I'll let you respond, and then I do actually have to get going.
Okay. Yeah. And again, I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me. You know, I like I said, I'm not knowledgeable about a lot of things. Christianity is one thing I am, but yeah, I appreciate you taking the time and having this conversation. The one thing I would say to respond to that is, heaven is a place, right? It has perfection and it has and there is free will, but that free will is understood to be utilized. Let me think about how to argue, how to say this. People have a choice whether or not to go to heaven, right? That's what I believe. We have free will to choose to accept the payment of Jesus on the cross or to not choose it, right? If you do that, your heart's going to be aligned with Jesus, and that free will is going to be used in the way that it was intended, to love, to respect, to treat one another rightly, right? The aborted fetuses, right? They never have a chance to sin. So that's why I believe they won't go to heaven. They have no sin. No sin can enter heaven, right?
Wait, exactly. So
I
like,
could
okay,
have
God,
sworn you were born into sin.
Yeah, so then why don't we just get sent directly to heaven without getting sent to earth in the very first place? We never committed a sin. We're worthy of heaven, right? The aborted fetus didn't get that choice, right?
Correct.
They never got the choice to go to heaven or not. Yet they still experience a perfect existence in heaven with free will. So again, God could have sent every single person that ever existed, right, directly to heaven. They would exist in a perfect set of scenarios with free will, right? And no sin, no evil. Like, why wouldn't that be a preferable set of scenarios to send us to? The condition of people typically saying that is that, like, there would be no free will. But then they also claim that, oh, heaven is preferable to earth. But if heaven's preferable to earth and, you know, heaven doesn't have any free will, well, then having no free will is preferable. So then, like, the connotation is still, like, we should be sent to heaven directly. So either it is the case that there's divine paralysis, or we should be sent to heaven directly. Either way, it doesn't make sense that we're here.
Yeah. Also, Psalms 51:5 and also Romans 5:12 literally says that when we're born into sin. So your point still makes no sense.
Well, yes, we are born into sin. That's as a result of Adam and Eve, you know, creating or performing the first sin, you know, and then we're born into a broken world, absolutely, and that's the whole point of Jesus on the cross is, you know, we're born into sin, we're born into this world that we cannot escape.
So babies have sin.
Well, yeah, babies do, but if you're not born, you can't be born into sin, right? And if you look at the context behind that verse, if you're going to say, okay, what if like a 1-year-old dies? If you're looking into the context of that verse, born into sin, it's not referencing the babies that go and die at 1 year old or 2 years old without having the opportunity to sin. It's saying that we're born into a broken world, and if we live, you know, a life far enough, we're going to call it 5 years old, 4 years old, whatever you want to call it, we are going to sin, right? That's what it's referencing. It's not saying that literally as soon as you're born into this world, you're a sinner. You know what I mean?
It literally says, behold, I was brought forth in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me.
In sin did my mother conceive me. That do you know what that's referencing? Probably. It's probably referencing a non-marital affair.
It's not.
All right, I got to get going here. I got to get going.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, thank you so much, Parker. I really appreciate you. I know that you don't believe this, but man, Jesus loves you. He blessed you with the gifts of arguing. He blessed you with the gifts of intelligence. And you are very intelligent. You are very well spoken. I'll be praying for you, and I do mean that from the bottom of my heart. I love you both. You guys are great guys.
Well, I really hope that you like question this position, because I genuinely don't think that that makes sense to say, especially after the arguments I provided you. Like, genuinely, like I get it. I understand, like, you know, leaning towards Christianity because it makes you feel good, but like genuinely, like I can't understand it from an intellectual standpoint. I hope that you question it. just because it's like
Oh,
it's
I
really important
question.
to question things.
Absolutely, I question my faith every single day. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not one of those guys that are born into this thing and just blindly follow it. I have done a lot of research, more than I could say, and the conclusion that I've come to logically is that Jesus is King and that He is a Savior. Maybe you haven't come to that same conclusion, but man, you can. I would encourage you to do the same thing. Keep asking questions. Keep doing research with an open heart, and I appreciate you, man.
Sure. All right. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, absolutely.
3 quick thank yous, if you don't mind.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Jalen, thank you for the 5. Sarah, thank you for the 5. And Mookie, thank you for the 10. Parker, I appreciate you having me up.
Are you gonna go live right now?
Yeah, I'm about to get ready to hop on now.
Hop on. Hop on. I'll send everyone to you.
Oh, thank you. See you guys.
Alrighty. See ya. Allison, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it twice. Thank you so much, Allison. I really appreciate it. Steven, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Emma with the $5. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Lorelai, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Jalen, thank you for the $5. Gilbert, thank you for the $3. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? As well as let me say thank you to Siani. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Colin with the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Octavio, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $3. I did see that. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. And then I think I am fully caught up. If I did miss anyone's donation, I apologize. I do apologize. Josh, again, I wanted to say thank you for the Cash App. I really appreciate Josh. Give me some W's for Josh in the comment section right now. And for the person spamming in my YouTube chat while I'm not talking about Israel, we literally debated earlier about how Israel was committing a genocide in Gaza. I do believe it's an apartheid state. I don't know why you're spamming in my comment section. Right, that when I literally have talked about that almost every single day on my stream. It looks like they stopped. All right. Okay. We're gonna get off for tonight. Everyone go over to Santana's stream. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. I love y'all so much. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see y'all tomorrow.